be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate.
Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hot head looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard in death, I'll come visit you next. Whisper my name on it next to your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire I'm the wizard in death, I'll come visit you next. Whisper my name on it next, tell your very last.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, it'll be our day again.
Let's get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, turn a 2 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking away, ticking
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Phone calls your name, you know it's your time. Blood will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
틱틱 문을 차고 있던 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시줄이 red 다 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose? Here on the edge of forever. If I never leave, I'll never fight. We all sacrifice, but until the final hour, pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주세워 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 절대 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B. 요즘 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose? Here on the edge of forever. If I never leave, I'll never fly. We all sacrifice, but until the final hour, pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower.
This world never saw me coming I kick down every door they lock No rules, no rules Only gods can judge me Only gods can judge me Only gods can judge me Only gods can judge me
If I never leave, I'll never fly. We all sacrifice, but until the final hour, pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. But until the final hour, pain is my superpower.
Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh, harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh. Life's not always VIP. Rooftop parties, yachts on the sea. You gotta push further. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. To make your fantasy,
like a butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you cluck a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. AP on my wrist, chill. You ain't gang, you ain't even real. Gotta have a bag, I ain't no cheap thrill. Popped up on the flight, baby, I ain't in my feels. They know I'm the truth. When I'm pulling up, I'm bulletproof. I don't really care about all the rules. I be Chris Brown with the moves. Got 'em like, damn, baby, how you doing, baby? When I'm stepping in the room, I don't look at nobody paper. I be locked in on what I do. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Hop in the car, loser, cause we going shopping. I can't fall in love, cause it's way toxic. Got that boom box for every time I'm bopping. I got a couple goons just to get it poppin'. I don't wanna link it, I ain't tryna chop it. Tryna go against me and you need to stop it. People listening like I'm a prophet. People listening like I'm a prophet. Look at my clothes. Look at the way that I'm rocking the shows. I don't like little. No, sir, I be doing the most. I love the party. You kick it with me, then everything goes. I am a Barbie. Mary Kane and I'm pimping this hoes. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow.
Got a chateau in the mountains, got change, jet set through the islands, I change, zip
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is our last game, at least online summer, for Valorant Game Changers EMEA. You join us here in the afternoon for our lower bracket semi-final. The repercussions of a win here send you to Istanbul. All teams already qualified for Sao Paulo. This is for bragging rights and the opportunity to play at the EMEA LAN finals. I'm Retro, joined by Winterio to take you through the action today. Summer, how are you? It's been a good few days of Valorant for us.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the perfect ways for us to end out the online stage of this playoffs bracket, because obviously you still have the grand finals in Istanbul. But for us, we've sort of been following G2 specifically in the lower bracket run of the matches that we've done. So it is sort of that sweet spot for us of seeing the matchup between G2 and SK in this lower finals for the opportunity to make it to the grands. But otherwise, I'm extremely excited. We're in a BO5 territory now, Ryan.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome to say, right? We are in the BO5 territory, as you say, 2 of which to be played over the coming week and a bit. SK taking on G2 is where we're up to today. Of course, G2 having beaten Focus Sakura to guarantee their slot at Sao Paulo yesterday evening. Of course, the winner of this to play Gentlemates in that finals at Istanbul. All 3 teams having already qualified for Sao Paulo. Of course, this is just about who doesn't need to take it on points. It is about who gets the direct invite. As things look, it's already settled. 3 teams in gold. The rest grayed out as their run to Game Changers Championships ends. Unfortunately for the likes of Giant X, Focus, Habos, Babos, you see down the list. All of these teams tried, only 3 have succeeded. And our final 3 to battle it out over the coming week and a bit. Summer, I'm really excited to see this one play out. You know, G2 SK, a layer of the history between these 2 teams. Second best of 5, of course. It was this time in stage 2 that these 2 teams played each other in this exact lower bracket semi-final game. So it'll be all the more fun to basically put this one on rewind and see it happen once more.
And that's one of the few victories that SK actually have over G2 as the entire year. But we're going to have a look at today's schedule. There's not really much available, but it's going to be a banger of a match, just the SK G2 side. But like we mentioned, it's going to be that BO5 territory. You're going to have at least 3 minimum maps, guys. So don't worry, there's plenty of action and plenty of GC Valorant to watch.
Yes, buckle up for those at home. We start today by talking about G2 Gozen. Aside Summer, as you say, we've had the privilege of watching basically through their entire lower bracket run. We started their campaign in playoffs with misery. They got dropped down to the lower bracket after losing out to Gentlemates, but since then, this has been a side that have turned up in spades. Have a habit of losing the first map, but kicking it into a new gear throughout every series we've seen. This team can be a force to be reckoned with. Of course, their toughest challenge yet as they try and qualify to the Istanbul finals.
We have to have some sort of insight into whatever Drew Spark's been saying between these map 1 and 2s, because the turnaround is definitely there, and it's very significant of the switch up we see from a G2 in map 1 versus a G2 that we've sometimes seen in map 2 and 3. So definitely props to the coaching staff. Same goes towards JT as well. I know they're all on LAN, on boot camp at the moment. So at least for the side of G2, they do have that opportunity to have those sort of motivational moments in between maps. But same goes inside those matchups, right? We're having pop-off moments from every single player, whether it's 1v5 aces from Eva, we have multi-kill clutches coming in from Mimi, or just Akita killing everyone.
Yeah, I mean, that is pretty on the head, right? It's very on the nose, I should say, that Akita has been fragging out this series, of course. For G2 Ghost as a whole, these pieces put together over the course of Stage 3 Summer have only improved. I don't think there's been a moment in time where there's been serious doubt that has crept in my mind about this G2 Ghost side. They go through their troubles this stage, of course, but a team that has looked formidable in their run to Sao Paulo, the lower bracket, of course, incredibly strong. And in this matchup directly, Summer, I think it's very important, as we highlight here, G2 Goes and SK Nebula, the only defeat they suffered was in that Stage 2 lower final. Other than that, it has been G2's name plastered in the win column against the SK Nebula side.
Not as if necessarily looking towards that best of 5 of it being a G2 Goes and Show the entire way. It was back and forth, coming down to that 5th and final map, and SK just inching out ahead to not only put themselves into the grand finals, they went and won the whole thing. So definitely no slacking from the side of G2 Gozen, but hoping to keep the history, or at least the win rate against the SK side, heavily in their favour going forward into this BO5.
Yeah, I think G2 obviously with a laboured past with this SK side, very much up for the task again today. Their second BO5, as you can see here, against the SK Nebula squad. You were alluding to this earlier, Summer, and I think it's only important to highlight one player in particular. I had the privilege to have a little sit down this morning, have a look through, you know, what is the narrative I want to take? And to be honest, I think there's only one when it comes to the G2 Goes inside. Akita in Stage 3 playoffs having an insane time here in Stage 3.
Talk about there being only one thing to mention. Look at the ranking. Almost a full clean bill across the board in cast. Wherever when you're looking at, like, it's only second. That doesn't really matter. You can ignore that stat line. But genuinely, Akita's been showing up in spades, and I think it's so pivotal to look at this player to be a massive difference maker of being able to bring them out of the rounds that they're struggling to get across the board, and then out of the hat you see Akita walk in, get a quadra kill, and well, they've done it. G2's back in the game. Yeah,
Akita has a habit of derailing rounds very quickly. She has been a force to be reckoned with through Stage 3 playoffs, as you can see, a 1.26 rating. Bearing in mind, you know, okay, sure, the playoffs contains those teams that move from the cash cups into the play-ins, as well as the obviously the teams that don't immediately qualify for the playoff stage. But only in the playoffs do you play the best here in Game Changers EMEA, and she is basically the record holder in every department, right? As you mentioned, Cast the only one where she's not put first, and even then it's second, and I do believe it's by like 1 or 2%. Like, it is such a minor discrepancy between first and second there. She is an incredible asset for G2 Gozen. I'm excited to see what she's got in store for us today. In the bigger picture, of course, for G2, relying on her maybe to have an Akita-esque performance. I had the privilege of having a little chat with her before today's game to see what she thinks heading into the lower bracket final. Thank you very much, Akita, for joining me before today's game. You head into your third lower bracket game and the first of potentially 2 best of 5s. How do you feel about today now that you've made Sao Paulo?
I mean, I'm feeling more relieved than the past days, and I'm feeling confident for today, obviously.
Obviously, you play SK Nebula, a team that you've had a very long history with, even within this year. The last time you were in the lower bracket semi-finals, it ended 2-3. You went 2-0 up and conceded the series. Has that been a discussion? Has that been in your mind? And have there been any steps in avoiding that again?
Yeah, I mean, I remember last time that I played them, me personally, individually, like, I didn't play my best because I was trying to be better at something else, like cheering up my mates, giving more energy, so I wasn't really focused on aiming and like actually focusing on my role. So like today it's gonna for sure be different, and I'm really confident on myself to have a great BO5, I think.
I mean, talking about your individual performance, this playoff has been insane, right? You've had incredible performances all through this stage. Is there anything that you can tell us as to how or why you're achieving these results individually?
Well, it didn't like start really good at the beginning of stage, and I was like kind of worried. I was like talking to a lot of people like why I'm not performing, so I found it by myself. I like started to talk to my coach from like to switch some comps because I'm not feeling comfortable. Like for example, like there's some maps with Phoenix. Even now, like it's a bit like, you know, like not my best, but we switch, and I also watch a lot of VODs about like Neon stuff, you know, like some pro players bring the ideas. Also, it's really important for me as a duelist to know how I wanna start the game, how I wanna get my picks, how I wanna path. And this is like all watching VODs, watching pro players playing, also watching my enemies playing, like what they like to do, and this kind of thing. Like it's really important, and it will like help me for the future for like the champs and this kind of thing.
And your final thoughts on today? Can you give us a prediction ahead of today's game?
Prediction?
Yeah.
Well, I have my friend Lisa in this team, and Troy also, but 3-0.
There we go. Thank you very much, Akita, for joining me. I wish you all the best today.
Thank you.
Awesome to have a chat with Akita, of course, and seeming confident in the G2 side. 3-0 the prediction, a huge battle to take on, of course, a best of 5. We know how difficult they can be, Summer, but a confident Akita heading into today. And I've got to say, rightly so. As we saw just then in the numbers, she's been playing phenomenally in the playoffs. So I have no reason to doubt that her trust in the 3-0 is definitely well-based.
Yeah, I think if you have anything other than a 3-0 as Akita with the performance that we've been having from her, then there's something going on in the G2 camp of why is the doubt starting to creep in now, because like we mentioned, they have already made it to champs. This is just for the LAN finals for stage 3 in Istanbul. Obviously it would mean a lot to the players, not just Akita of being able to make it back to the LAN finals, but also in regards to the Turkish players on that roster. But we do actually have a Turkish player on the opposite side, on SK. If we're looking over towards that roster, it would mean a lot for Rescue to make it back to the arena in Istanbul as well.
Yes, of course, the SK Nebula side on your screens now. Look, Summer, this is a team that we haven't really had the privilege of watching ourselves much this stage, but we had the opportunity to watch them through stage 2. They performing yet again to the highest levels here in stage 3. You know, quite quickly, I think SK Nebula becoming a scary opponent within the Game Changers EMEA scene. Let's not forget, you know, at the end of stage 1, they were fighting for survival, right, in the promotion relegation stages, if I'm not mistaken. Missed out in playoffs entirely, so them qualifying to Sao Paulo simply comes from their efforts in the previous stage and the current one. Really impressed by the SK Nebula side. Another team that have really captured my heart and mind when it comes to this scene. I'm super excited to see what they've got today, and it almost feels poetic that it's SKG2, right? Like two teams that have proven in stage 3 they've still got what it takes to compete with the best.
A little bit better of a track record for SK, at least throughout this year, given the fact that they were able to walk away with a victory in stage 2. But you make the same conversation of you basically got 2 grand finals from them last split of the matchup against G2, then against mates in the grand final, being spoiled for choice in the best of 5s. And I think that's something for the side of SK. We were making that conversation last stage of, oh well, this is their first best of 5, it's against G2, oh, how is this going to go? And then forwarding that on now, looking towards this matchup in particular, I don't think there's necessarily this massive experience gap in those BO5 environments anymore.
Yeah, and I think this is a super important one to highlight, right? Because yesterday we kind of left on the sentiment that Vania is one of the hardest hitting controllers, smoked players I should say, in the entire of Game Changers EMEA, right? Like, I don't think there is anything against that. And then you look at Fluxy stats, and bearing in mind she's also the in-game leader of the SK Nebula side, like the comparison between these two players is 1, insanely close, and 2, Fluxy, of course, taking that leadership role. It is insane to see her come up through the last 2 stages. And as you can see, obviously this is the stage 3 stats. She's not far behind Vania in any regard when it comes to the ACS, and even some of the stats here, you know, average kills basically level, the assists, okay, sure, slightly leaning in favour of Vania, but at the end of the day, both players equally hard hitting, and this particular matchup on our screens now is something I can't wait to see happen live.
And it's given some of the things that we've seen from Vania as well. Definitely looking towards Fluxy to be able to step up also in that IGL role like you mentioned. But I do believe we actually had an interview with, maybe not necessarily with Fluxy, it's going to be with Twy, but with one of the SK players earlier today, where you got to talk about Fluxy's leadership as well.
Thank you very much for joining me today, Twy. This time in Stage 2, you played against the same team in the exact same scenario where you reverse swept G2 Gozen to make the grand finals. Obviously, you eventually won that Stage 2 as well. How confident are you heading into this today and considering it's the same best of 5 environment?
I think we feel all pretty confident, like with our loss yesterday, like we had the team talk and we said that we accomplished, you know, our main objective, like our main goal is to go like 2 champs. So now we just we will play like we have like nothing to lose, you know, and we will play without fear. So yeah, we need to play with full confidence to be able to win against G2, and I think it's the way that you need to play against G2 to win against them, you know. So yeah.
Obviously, with Istanbul on the line, you could be making your first VCT Game Changers LAN. Do you feel any added pressure heading into this? Obviously, you said that you're just going to play your own game. Is there any added pressure for you, do you think?
No, I think I am very, very excited to, like, I don't know, for me it's like a chance to go to champs, and I think that I don't need to have pressure. I need to like fully enjoy, like, you know, like playing the game, and just to feel lucky to be here and be happy to be here with my teammates. So yeah, I don't know, but I am just excited in general.
Since the start of Stage 2, SK Nebula has become quite the force within Game Changers EMEA. I wanted to ask a little bit about you under the leadership of Fluxy. How has it been working with her? Do you think that the freedom that you get is the biggest contributor to the team's success?
Yeah, I think that Fluxy is like let us a lot of freedom, you know, in the game, and she's just giving us like the main like strings in the game, and we can play with our feeling. We can propose what we want to do. Like it's really good to play with her.
And lastly, I want a prediction for today. We talked to Akita just a moment ago, and she said 3-0 G2 Gozen. So I want to give you the floor for a response.
You will see. That's fine.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Clive, for joining me. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
I can't believe it, Summer. I didn't wish her all the best. I'm like so adamant on getting that bit in when it comes to these interviews. Of course, for SK, a tough task ahead of them today as we head into this series. Both teams battling tooth and nail for that spot at Istanbul, of course. We've got to have a look at the veto here. Understandably so, Summer. Only 2 maps going to get banned here. G2 banned first, SK second, and then it is pick, decider. There is no second round of bans. There is no second chances. You're playing the rest. Lotus and Breeze getting removed, so the other 5, all there.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to getting to see 5 maps, because for me, you're looking at what's actually going to get exposed for the teams in regards to their map pool, because you're looking at this of, like you said, there's only 2 bans. Everything else has to be played when it does get forced through, whether that's going to be a 3-0 for either team, or then we start seeing looking towards Sunset, looking towards Ascent, where not only the endurance of these players is going to be tested, again, BO5 format, but also how deep their map pool really go.
Yes, Haven first, Split second, Summit third, Sunset fourth, Ascent are 5th should we need to go the whole distance, Summer, today. Excited to see, because of course G2, we saw what happened on Haven with Gentlemates. Don't want to be bringing it up too much. Split, of course, another one of those maps that G2 showed real promise on. Summit, again, a map that I think of which SK probably having learnt what G2 are able to put up on that. That is G2's second pick. Sunset are 4th. Again, SK, I feel like I've seen them play a few times on Sunset now, and every time they surprise me. Ascent, our decider, almost feels fitting that that's left to the end if we need it there. But all in all, I'm very excited to get into this one, Summer. It's going to be a banger BO5.
And definitely, I'm actually quite curious to see the map selections, right? You're looking towards Split. We mentioned yesterday of it being maybe not necessarily the best showing for G2, but it's a very dominant map for them in regards to track record, and for the fact that SK is starting to pick into some of the maps that G2 are favouring towards, it definitely builds that conversation of what we actually expect from SK coming into this. Not only have they got great support staff behind them doing the research into positions, preparing their players for their own personal matchups, it's actually quite fun to see that they're willing to pick into a map that G2 favour so much as their very first initial pick.
Yes, of course. We've talked about it a few times here, Summer. But it is so important to highlight the gravity of this matchup, of course. Both teams having already qualified to Sao Paulo, they're going to GCC no matter what. The tradition now, at least, is that the grand final played at a LAN. Istanbul, the target for both of these teams. The winner will play Gentlemates at LAN. The loser will have to watch from the Twitch chat. That's the ultimatum that they're given today. So a huge best of 5. The stakes are there. Summer, we had the opportunity to have a little blab with our friends and co-commentators as to what we believe is going to happen here. And you'll see us sort of... I'm in the middle. I can't even see where you are in this list. Oh, you're off to the right. You're like, yeah, perfectly underneath you. We've both gone SK, and we have been massively outnumbered here. I think, at least to speak to why I believe SK are going to win Summer, is we know that G2 are a very confident team. And to be honest, I put 3-2 because I knew that this is a kind of game that could go either way, and it could go the distance. But not to be a cop-out, I think for SK... you know, with G2, Akita's performance, if they can find a way to shut Akita down, things do look scary for that G2 side. At least that's how I see it.
We'll definitely talk about what both teams really need to do and able to get this victory across the line, whether that's on a map-by-map basis, round by round, or even just as the series as a whole. Akita, a big factor for G2, but more of focus on SK on being able to shut down Akita and those initial hits, whether we're looking towards where they run the double duelist, especially with Mimi in the mix as well. But for G2, we were making the conversation more of, it's not necessarily all down to Akita, of we've seen the highlights from everyone else on the roster, all 4 other players, and being able to see that a little bit more consistently and maybe take a little bit of the limelight away from Akita, man. Like, maybe she's had a little bit too much time in the spotlight in regards to what we've been seeing in the last couple of maps, but we've seen so many good things from all the other players, just giving more of an opportunity should Akita start to slow down or miss out on a couple of opportunities around that. There's someone there to pick up the slack immediately, rather than allowing these gaps and allowing cracks to show that SK, and I say this with all the meaning in it, of if there's an opportunity, they will be taking that. You know that no player is going to be like, oh, okay, that's fine, that they're going to be jumping on every opportunity to try and push this to as dominant matchup as they can get, knowing that they want to make it into the grand finals, into the LAN opportunity in Istanbul.
Of course, we'll get rid of our thoughts and knowledge. It is time for you, the viewer at home. Whether you're in either chat, of course, you can type SK or G2 in the chat. The fan prediction is live. Interested to see what you believe, how this one is going to go. And we'll see the number tick for a few moments as we blab on about this series. Yeah, Summer, I think a really important thing to highlight for that G2 side is if Akita can fire on all cylinders, if Akita can absolutely blast down the SK side, then it could be a very quick day in the office for us, right? Like, there's no denying that. At the same time, for SK, you know, as much as we have Akita, maybe even Vania can be brought into this conversation as well because of how incredible she's been through Stage 3 and, in fact, this entire year. You know, if you're shutting down those integral pieces for G2 and, you know, what we've seen historically from them, the wheels do start to fall off. And even Mimi said it in qualification, right? Like, when things start to get tied up and things start to get close towards the end of a map or a game, they panic a little bit. And I'm hoping that today the panic can be settled for G2 here. Clearly, my speech and your rambling about this matchup as well, not persuading you people at home. 82% currently in favour of G2. The number's slowly being clawed back, but clearly we are the minority here, Summer. There is not many people back in the SK side. The G2 Gozen fans really out in full force today.
I mean, that's another conversation to have. Who is actually the underdog in this matchup? Because you're looking at it in regards to the fan base G2 goes in and the pedigree of the name attached to the team and to the players individually, but also for SK, they won the previous split, so you're also in that conversation of, can we really count them as the underdogs in this matchup, or is it just 2 titans battling it out in this lower finals?
Yes, we start here on the map behind me, our first map of potentially 5 today, Summer. We head into Agent Select on Haven. Of course, this is going to be an all-out war between these 2 teams, and it's time to see what teams have selected to put on the battlefield today.
Makes no surprise for both of these teams sticking to their guns, the double duelists. The only thing separating is the difference between Julina and Akita. The Neon being a staple for this player. We talk about consistency and majority of the matches being played on the Neon. So sticking to a comfort matchup for both Akita on the Neon and Jelena on the Jet. Excited to see, again, focus on the two Phoenix.
Yes, Mimi on the Phoenix is a revelation that's come quite recently for G2 Gozen, of which one that I think both of us have quickly become a fan of, right? The Mimi picking
Massively.
The second duelist role and taking that responsibility. She's had some very good results on the Phoenix. I'm excited to see what she's got for us on Haven today. Of course, it's Rescue drops for the Phoenix on the SK Nebula side. Taking it more on the nose here with the smokes. That head-to-head that we were talking between Fluxy and Varnia, both playing the Omen today. Of course, the reveal in Sova being selected for Lisa and Forever, respectively.
Just waiting to get into game. I'm really excited, like you said, just the head-to-heads, but also Mimi's ideology behind the Phoenix, being in the middle of the pack, being able to IGL from the forefront. Definitely a lot expected from this player. Most experienced on the team, wanting to lead her team to yet another Grand Finals, another LAN appearance in Istanbul.
Yes, Summer, it is a huge day for us here on the EMEA Game Changers scene. Our top 3 will become top 2 by the end of all of this. Both teams as hungry as ever as we head into this best of 5. G2 Gozen making a lower bracket run and confirming their spot in Sao Paulo yesterday evening. And with SK Nebula already gaining enough points via winning stage 2 and doing well here, this is now about who will play in Istanbul. A troubled history between these two teams, that after G2 Gozen being reverse swept by SK in this exact position during stage 2, they are hungry for vengeance. It's going to be an all-out war for the 10 we see in front of us today. This is the lower bracket grand finals, G2 Gozen take on SK Nebula.
I know we talk about it being a long day and we're only at the very beginning, the very first map. You almost want to start as you mean to go forward. I already see G2 of Mimi and Akita wanting to go aggressive on A long. For SK, a little bit more of a default setup.
Dart and the spam comes early. Forever assist the aggression that we see out of Mimi and Akita. So G2 hot on the heels of SK's pressure towards mid right now.
SK might be able to bypass all of this. Creeping up into B, there's no trip, so the conversation of how far do they go before starting to make noise.
Still yet to pull the plug on this one. Eventually they'll start leaking into this B site. Fluxy to get aggressive, sets the spike down, and notice how this is a complete retraction of control here for SK. They wanted to take the B site, but they're playing this one from mid. Lots of bodies to get through here for G2. Rescue able to find the trade 1-for-1, aiming to tip the scales further in favour of the G2 Gozen side. And while SK's hold starts to fall apart at the seams, there's a huge flank coming in from Lisa, needing more. The recon in, and Jelena at the double will force Amy into our first clutch of the day, and it will not be long-lived. Fluxy to close. SK draw first blood here in this best of 5.
Yeah, both SK players down in towards bottom mid. Jelena just tucked outside garage, and these are on that little wraparound to window. Completely catches the G2 players off guard. You can see completely frazzled. Mimi never, but either way for SK. Found some silence. Roll up mid, found an open B site and stick the landing in the post plant. I don't think that was supposed to go there, mate.
That's one of those things some of you meant to just kind of like gloss over. You're just, you know, we've seen it, let's move on. No comment needed.
And now you've made it a whole comment.
You said it. Those words came out of your mouth, not mine. I don't want to hear that.
Moving on. It is a lower buyer, we can excuse that, but you talk about the gravity of the situation, Ryan.
Rescue, gravity of her own, pulling in 2 players with the Vandal. A second double between Lisa and Jelena, leaving just Eva 1-on-4. Classic in hand. One doomed before it even gets going. Maybe looking for one on the exit. A bit of damage would be nice. The day. SK keep things relatively clean to convert here. Opportunity in the next round for G2.
You talk about the next round though, for SK, given the fact that they've only really invested Vandal, Bulldog and Marshall and likely to be saving all going into the next, you're looking towards Twine and Liza, possibly upgrading even further and making this an incredibly dangerous bonus. If not, more of a closer look at a rifle round. See what investments they decide to go for. Obviously, weapons being shuffling amongst the remaining players. Yeah, you can already see it. There is going to be a heavy investment from SK into this, although they will still have enough money going forward, should they lose this one. But for the side of G2, an incredibly important round, and SK definitely not under fueling with weapons.
For refuels rifle by Mimi. Good start. First blood drawn in round 3 by the second duelist. The first one, Akita, tagged down to just 30 points of health. Got to be cautious. Paranoia flying out to the right-hand side. Rescue just voiding this space. Akita removed from the equation, now left on Amy, back sight, only for one. Rescue in the meantime has gone aggressive in garage. Rescue! It's a gorgeous hat-trick from her. Ensures that G2 have no opportunity to retake, at least with numbers. It is only one. Mimi against 3.
Spike planted.
Everything still to do here in this retake.
Well, Mimi will be provided the opportunities. Rescue, a player that Mimi was mentoring not only a year and a half ago, now in the head-to-head on the Phoenixes, and currently, I think it's fair to say, Rescue winning.
Yeah, I mean, that is one
ever
way
so
of
slightly.
it. Yeah, 7-2, run it back already online. 3 from 3 is this SK attack. Promising beginning here on Haven. G2 selection. Them having lost those rifles in the previous, it's a half bite. The Stinger brought in by Eva. 3 others on the Sheriffs. It is Akita wielding newest weapon. VALORANT, and it's been a while, so kind of crazy that I get to say that, but the newest weapon, the Bandit, of course.
Not necessarily being afforded the opportunity to use it just yet. Back on that C-long push. Need to try and get the orb, but spam through. Can't necessarily risk it. Instead, it's a flash out of garage.
Careful. Spamming through the doors. Nice response from Mimi. Shut down by Jelena, however. 4 on 3, SK. Good job at keeping those numbers for both sides. However, with lesser weapons, someone is going to need to step up. Ever swinging wide. Jelena holds mouse 1, and 2 players walk right into the crosshair. Just Akita alive. Destroyed the trip out towards C. So a well-expected flank. Bucking in, takes the re-swing. Spot of the shoulder. Be a formality. Akita looking for exits. Probably opting for a save.
Yeah, it's nice to see, much as Jelena may want to go for the P, respecting position. Trip's still up and online, so there's no need for the SK side to peek. And a little bit more of a comfort situation for them closing this one out. Akita has to back away. Important to keep this weapon.
Oh, wow. Okay. Fortunate to be walking away with one, I guess. Akita wanted to die to the spike. Thought her pressure earlier on in the post plant was enough to force SK the other direction. Shot. That is pretty gross from Fluxing.
And it's even the double kill spray down from Jelena to boot. Another player that, in the same breath, we're talking about Rescue having a phenomenal start. Jelena doing just the same. The tactical break. G2. The first times we've actually seen them go down in numbers this early on and not have necessarily an early rebuttal. So praising them for their ability to get those early starts and more of the questioning on being able to close them out. But right now, SK, the ones leading the charge.
Hey, Jelena, quoting ResQ as a bit of a wild card. Bringing good energy, pulls off crazy stuff. I mean, to be honest, that's on the head for what we've seen so far from ResQ Phoenix. 7-2 currently. First pause called. 2 taking the minute to regather. One thing that has cursed G2 so much within the lower bracket run that we've seen so far, Summer, is the fact that they have great starts and struggle to close. Haven't really seen them in this environment where they go down 4 from 4 early and have to sort of regain composure early on in a series.
Take flight.
Start. Akita. Fast adjustment towards the garage position. Jelena over the top, but removed. The knives dropped. The jet watch is on. Amy 1-for-1 trade with Lisa. Fluxy removed from the equation. ResQ short to follow. Leaving just Toy and Lisa 2 on 4. A swing out from the Mimi Ultimate. Gathering more info. A swing, in fact, from Twy that's able to find some damage. A significant kill as Mimi left offline, but Akita swinging with the flashbang. A good paranoia from Vania. And that does not leave things up to fate. G2, post-timeout, collect their first here on Haven.
Not necessarily given an opportunity to run a play of their own. It was more of a reactionary to a direct hit from SK wanting to split through Garage with the run it back, with Jelena's ultimate, and 2 ultimates down, and yet it's a G2 victory, weathering the storm on site. A lot of that due to a fast rotating from Mimi.
Early pressure towards mid here for SK. Flash goes wide for ResQ. Force the potential operator off the angle, but it doesn't stop Akita from walking in. She's already found one. ResQ trying to force the issue as she flashes through her own Phoenix wall, but even then, it will be to no avail. Hunter's Fury now burnt out forever. And actually, this is forcing the hand of SK to move elsewhere. Pressure applied towards C.
And with that, Amy decides to move off-site, play for the numbers, play for the retake. Only issue is Jelena slightly ahead of the rest of her teammates in window. Perfect time peak could be devastating for G2 unless they clear it out.
Opportunity, Jelena toe-to-toe with a couple of these G2 players. Retake needs to be good, however, from them. You hear the Akita voice line. Tries to flood the site. ResQ just swings and shuts her down, though. A good start. Recon sent in, ever to trade. Lisa still alive and kicking. Mimi, beautifully done. Lisa has her ultimate, opting against the use of it. Has to go for an immediate spam. Can't connect. And it's going to force her hand into save. And even then, Mimi running her down with the classic. G2, 2 on the board.
That's the kind of conversion you want off the back of a timeout. Especially given the first 1 to 4 being so heavily dominant from SK. Didn't necessarily see G2 given much of a chance. And the last 2, chapter for G2 begun. They've been running this setup on towards long a couple of times, but SK haven't necessarily ventured here yet.
Here again. I mean, this was our exact concern in the pre-show summer. What happens if you let Akita get these opening kills? Clip at the heels of SK. Yes, it's Jelena removed. Mimi by her NT. Cute. silent in the 4v4.
Look at the push coming in from Amy, so at least some sort of support that it's not going to be a C play. Trip's being broken on B, rotate start to leave A. Vanya under pressure.
Great tag. Rescue's able to walk up with the util. Vanya, steel wall in the back of sight. Rescue so deep behind here. An adjustment attempted by Akita, but not caught by surprise on the second. Fluxy out towards A. That's her ultimate. 30 seconds left. There's just not enough time to do it all.
30 seconds left.
And even then, Akita's away. If Fluxy's just a couple of seconds ahead, or joined with the initial sight hit on B, Akita would have been ready for it either way. Fluxy seemingly going around the world, keeping active, wanting to avoid
10 seconds
any
left.
of these G2 players at facing a head-on gunfight. Will be afforded the opportunity to save, but another on the board for G2. Oh, this one. A lot more competitive of a scoreline, but for SK, the rounds are getting less so.
Yeah, and I've got to say, obviously we know what True Spark's capable of in the coach slot for G2. However, whatever was said in the timeout has worked delightfully. Needed the first 4, timeout used, and 3 in a row off the back of it.
I mean, so much so that SK wants to have their opportunity at a timeout. Tactical break-in for them, wanting to replicate the success of that G2 side.
Pause used for them. SK to reevaluate where recent errors occur. Very easy to highlight the individual that's been doing that, right? Akita finding a lot of success in the early round with the operator. Vanya, I mean, okay, sure, the KDA doesn't exactly represent maybe the impact that she just had in the last round, but you've got to think on the B site play, she gets tagged, she still smokes, the paranoia, it buys like 10 seconds of time, allows for 3 players to get in towards B, and the round's over before SK can even make proper entry. The opportunity. A couple of individuals stepping up right now for G2. Things a little more delicate to handle here for SK.
I mean, and that kill also isolates Rescue towards backside. You can see the attempt made on Akita's life, but manages to back to safety, re-peek and get the kill. But like you said, even just one and then utility enough to tip the scales heavily in favour of G2 in round 7.
Fast-paced play. Rescue caught by the trip, but it will not stop the SK pressure into Garage. It will start in terms of pace, but it will pack no punch. Akita yet again first in the kill feed.
Maybe not being droned out in this position. This could be massive.
Here.
Watch this Twy go past. Wondering if there will be a follow-up.
A barrel spotted. Mimi able to find one. Boy getting removed. These are there for the trade, but Mimi's happy to take the 1-for-1. It only thins the chances of SK making it another as Akita finds her 3rd. It is just Lisa left. 1 versus 4. While G2 find great success off the back of their timeout, SK cannot do right from wrong as they are punished yet again here on the attack of Haven.
No real option, but
30 seconds
the
left.
30 seconds is a peaceful 30 seconds for the Saver player sat in spawn. Retreating to... she'll begin the next round. Understandably so. Spike, sure, retrievable, but where are you going to go off the back of it? No time. 4 players to deal with, and
10
the
seconds
G2
left.
nullifies any opportunity of an SK timeout to put an end to the streak and instead extend their own up to 4. An equalisation of rounds, sure, but given the track record of the start for SK of it being that 4-0 lead, G2 well and truly building back into this.
Financially, SK can't really clamber together everything they would like. Money pretty dry in the bank accounts right now. Beautifully done. Get a game by Akita. You're already bored of us saying her name. I have a feeling by the end of the series you could be watching it on mute. We know what she's capable of.
I mean, am I allowed to mute you? I don't know.
get interesting if you did, that's for sure.
Well, again, another little bit of a pace change from SK. Rescue, consistent of the initial aggression in towards Garage, wanting to put that wall up. So that's going looking for a kill, or at least destroying the trip. Mimi, a little bit of aggression of her own. Not rewarded, other than with information. And an insert of Vanya into pocket.
Okay, this is well worked though by G2, even though you might think that the ult maybe not finding much success. It's information that a few of these bodies have pressured towards mid. That's why they've bolstered up E site. You can see Akita getting aggressive out on long. You can see on A taking these deep angles, instead playing more in sight. Time has now elapsed for SK to chop and change their direction, and this is going to be some well-timed utility. Vanya smoke on long just as SK were looking to turn it.
There has to be a conversation of they're going to have to go through the smoke sooner rather than later. 35 seconds left on the clock.
Going to be an interesting engagement for sure, but long is the main focal point for SK's push. Fluxy and Rescue both with kills. Eva still alive here on short, still kicking here for G2 Golden. She finds 3, eventually down to the Sheriff of Jelena, but this makes this round a lot more manageable.
Talk about manageable, Akita's on a massive flank, extremely fast, but Vanya plays ahead of the smoke.
All on Akita, 1 on 2, finds the first.
High bullets.
Got the Vandal, you're right, has to put a new mag in the gun. Stop spotting, stun's going to be good, it's going to be great. In fact, slides right into the face of Jelena. And Akita's name crops up again, this time in the biggest of ways. It is a huge 1 versus 2. A massive moment for G2 as they now step beyond SK's lead.
A lot of it due to this triple from Eva, yeah.
Really well worked.
Almost concerning though for G2 that it got so close, and even here, he's only 1 bullet away of going down to 30 HP. It's not necessarily a world of comfort for the G2 side, but it's a round nonetheless.
Last thing you probably want to do when someone is stunned is to close the gap between yourself and your opponent. One that Akita makes work. 5th. Pressure out on short from Eva using the L drone, spotting Rescue. Spoils the plans that they were trying to deliver in the early round. It is respected by getting baited in. Spam out through the wall. Instead, it's SK that make their surges towards A, and it's one that Rescue has done very well at creating space for.
Fortunately though, Amy's still alive, so this trip still kicking on B, but focus on towards G2 on the retake. But Jelena wants to play ahead of it, disrupting it before it even begins.
Whose numbers whittled down to 3, 2 from Heaven and 1 from Spawn. Vanya does have the paranoia still at the ready here, so it might be the introduction that G2 are looking for. Fluxy playing underhell though traditionally. Instead above the box, and it's going to catch Amy by surprise. Akita using her ultimate to try and create space, leaves it to shut things down at a double as well. 5-5, inseparable after 10.
It's just lovely from Jelena, disrupting the retake just as they were getting in position to do so. Wanting to send that flash around the corner, denies it having any real impact. And the same goes for Fluxy. Not often you see a player playing up on towards that box. It's easy pickings on anyone leaping out of Heaven. With ultimates used from G2, only in the previous but in the last few, SK definitely have the advantage there. 4 on board, and obviously burning rescues in the previous. They want to go for a direct hit into C. Right plate, nobody's home.
Yet again, just charging in, using the flashes. Create some space, Vanya up. TP, and it's going to get SK a bit worried that she could have been through middle. Spawn. SK spawn. Fluxy taking the TP up. It's the Hunter's Fury used, and Fortunately to no avail, G2's number starts to thin round the corner, goes the judge! It's ridiculous from Jelena, Rescue with the last. And SK barrel together another round. Rescue's entering, but Jelena hat-trick with her judge. A harsh, harsh sentence for G2 goes in here in round 11.
Yeah, you see it in the start line there. In the last BO5 against G2, Jelena, the most first kills. And also the top player again across the whole of stage 2 with 139 first kills. That's definitely a stat that you want to be living up to when it comes in the head-to-head against Nikita. This time a little bit of a misnomer of pressure from SK. Trying to fake out towards C.
Hey, Fluxy cancels the TP, trying to get aggressive here. That is a ridiculous shot from Fluxy! But 2 quick kills back from G2. Jelena required to trade. Amy standing her ground out towards C-Long. We are left in the 1 versus 1.
He knows that no pressure has come through in towards Garage. It's a fake out from Jelena. How much does Amy continue walking? She go to long, re-wrap around B. Tips in the night of crossing. Now swap positions. Jelena looking like a defender, but an opportunity to pick up the spike.
Amy, Jelena might just turn the corner, but quicker to the trigger. She will win out that 1 versus 1 and give SK a slight lead as we head into our second half. A huge opportunity squandered. SK only a marginal front. Can they deliver in the second? We'll find out after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Call your friends, everybody follow me one by one, moving to the melody, light up the night, oh, we light up the nightlife, we go into daylight, as long as it feels right, light it up, yeah, we light up the nightlife, we go into daylight, as long as it feels right.
We knew that this was the kind of setting that we were getting ourselves into, near inseparable after the first set of 12. SK with a slight lead. G2 on the short end of the stick in this scenario. We know they're a team that will fight tooth and nail for victory. Their pick of Haven as they transition over to the attack.
You look at statistically and historically on Haven, G2 finding a lot of success on the attack. So you make a conversation is that streak of 5 in the middle of the SK 7 enough? Direct approaching towards the pistol, all 5 heading towards 8. Lisa, make a decision. You can stand your ground, or you're gonna tuck tail and play for the retake.
Paranoia. Fluxy just catching everyone out on short, and this forces G2's hand, wanting to rotate out of short. Bit of time. Plenty to work with in this round, but a retraction of the short control does not mean that they have left A, however.
Bit of cut noise, waiting for the smokes to dissipate, see if they can lure SK into dancing, trying to pick up some information, which is exactly what they're doing over towards short. Fluxy, and these up. One Amy.
Dink! It sucks when you play against someone with light shields on the Ghost. Paying the ultimate price, and it's not even like it was her fault. Inaccuracy avoided in that situation. Lisa and Fluxy with 2 kills. G2 still standing their ground on A site. And ever chip away at this defense, and SK now left down to just Twy and Jolina.
I do have a backstab available though. Opportunity for surprise.
Delivers down to just 1. Mimi against 2. Game leader has to kill off Jolina, make sure that the pistol goes the way of G2, goes in, and she shall lead by example. Our first Red Bull clutch of this series comes in the second pistol. A huge opportunity for G2. Now move the scoreline 6-7.
Now let's just have a quick little replay of that Rebel clutch. Mimi obviously already with the triple to a name, but closes it out in the head-to-head with Jolina. Talk about a way to kick off the second half, leading by example. Mimi, IGL rallying the troops behind it, wanting to go for a similar approach in towards 8. Direct and fast down long.
Turning at the feet, but it still surprises Mimi. She'll find it from the grave. The aid of her utility. Put in the leg of 1, pressuring Lisa in the meantime. Fluxy, right click onto Vanya, has done so much damage. That's a nice adjustment from Amy. And it's all left on Jolina. 3.
Deploying drone.
Not necessarily the best weapon to come in to this retake with the Bucky, but you consider what damage was done with the classics on site. And with Vanya and Amy being relatively low. Not necessarily say never. Posturing up to play for the exits. Go down to the spike. For G2, relatively costly second round conversion.
Weapon here. Weapon here.
Go. Lina makes her way in. G2 make their way out. Chance that the Bucky finds extra damage instead. Spike. Ensuring that the loss bonus is given from Res Q. I mean, in a round like that, I suppose you've got nothing to lose. This was very nearly pear-shaped, however. Fluxy finding the first initial dink and the right click to collect nearly a second kill.
Goes there.
Scary stuff. G2 will avoid it.
Also, scary for the side of SK heading into this is G2 making that investment for Mimi and Nikita into a Judge and a Vandal. Inserting here towards short. A little bit of assistance from Vanya. You're looking towards being 1 away from the run it back. Need to pick up towards C long. Start to make conversations of what can G2 bring in this bonus.
My camera is destroyed.
Or spot out a couple of these G2 players making their approach. The guessing game, however, will end up. You can see some of the resources being pulled across, but 8-9.
Yeah, Aldrin goes out towards short, so at least it's disrupting the insert there. But you also have one on the other side of the map. Fluxy pushed up close. Jump Peak won't spot it, and with the sound of the drone going out, this should be the easiest kill for Fluxy to pick up. Already knowing Akita stuck down short. Forced a forward position on towards C.
Cage trigger.
Dramatic, as you say, that G2 have no choice. They will try and recompose themselves in this round. Messy from Toy. Amy's found a double on the Sheriff, and all of a sudden, even in this round, G2 have some promise about them. Jolina looking to derail those plans. She's able to find Amy, now leaving it on just Mimi and Akita. The Neon against 3, and while the Judge will swing wide and finds a bit of damage, it will be to no avail. It is 8-7. SK get back in front.
The back of the initial kill from Fluxy. Silent walk up long, and see it here in the replay. Not necessarily being accounted for from the G2 side. attempts made by Amy as they go out onto site. Couple of nice Sheriff kills, but enough players of SK there to trade their way out. No bonus conversion available for GT. Now with full weapons back out, no reliance on judges or sheriffs.
Antics, as you say. Important round for Gozen. In the meantime, slightly defer from what they are known for, taking a bit of space out towards C long. Nice Jelena up close in the corner. Able to move away, and this all of a sudden allows SK to be a lot more free in their rotations.
It seems like Amy's considering a possibility of a player pushed up.
Dusting tries to clear this, but Jelena quicker to find Amy. The smoke creating some distance, has to re-swing. Jelena really nicely done and almost collecting a third. Mimi trying to get in garage. SK to deny that space. Well, yes, G2 have control of the C site. It is a 2 versus 4 that they're going to have to win out, and Akita anticipating that Twy is going to be sat so close in garage. Recon removed. Varnia 1v4. This would be crazy. Good first frag. 20 seconds left. SK starting to pile on the pressure here in sight. You can't keep giving her these fights. Varnia nearly, very nearly finds all 4. The last hurdle she shall fall at. Oh, and it's almost comedic that Varnia does it on the C site. Kills 3. A very, very nice try. But can't quite make it stick.
A headshot needed on the 4th, but you look at the replay.
One enemy remaining.
What could have been...
Like millimetres to the right. Millimetres to the right of the head of Lisa.
Fortunately for the SK side, it was not a headshot. It means they get the 9th and provide a little bit of embarrassment in the 1v4. Well, 4v1 really. The GT down in weapons, but hopefully invigorated by near heroics of Vanya.
Towards heaven. Nikita looking to get close here. Movement. Just leaping around sight, trying to draw crosshairs into her position. It's a fantastic shot from Fluxy. Ever and Varnia with kills in the meantime. It's going to be a scrappy round here for SK. 2 on 3. Rescue. Flash goes wide. Twy already spotted. The wall's about to come down. Rescue, all she's got is a judge to her name. Self-blind, apparently. Mimi catching her teammates. However, brings some normality to this round. G2 Gozen will get there, but without trouble time for SK, despite winning the previous.
You talk about return to normality. In no way was that round normal from G2. You have 3 stingers and then pistols. That was the investment, Ryan. And
yeah,
you talk about a pace change and catching SK off guard. I don't think they realised the stingers had that much oomph to them. Close quarter engagement, so they were quickly able to scale up long and collapse onto short. As SK feeling the financial woes.
Got spike.
Jelena ahead on short. Play forward slightly on 8. Keep some ground, but with the drone going out, Jelena forced to head back to site.
Flash to go higher. Kita welcomed into the site. Mimi here to lift the weights for G2 Gozen right off their shoulders as they find 4 in quick succession. The A stack could have been hairy for G2 to walk into. Instead, pass it with flying colours. Boy left on the other side of the map. Classic in hand. Marathon to run, and then even after she completes this sprint. 4 G2 players waiting in the wings. Rifles in their pockets.
Looking towards money, wanting to keep weapons alive, but for Twilight,
Not ready yet.
seemingly happy
Revealing area.
to hide, wait for the spike to expire. At least content. I wouldn't necessarily say happy, conceding a 9th. Oh, you might be happy with that though. Get a kill onto Mimi on your way out.
Damage is damage. Got enough funds to rebuy in this round though, Summer, so exactly an immediate concern for G2 goes in, and they are now tied square with that of SK. 18 rounds in. Both teams currently sit at 9. But this, well, is going to be the most important round of the lot, I think, Summer. In terms of taking the lead, okay, sure, the immediate repercussion of winning this round, but also, you know, you look at the funds for both sides, okay, maybe G2 can just about squish together a bye, but kind of feels like the all-in round for both sides here.
Yeah, especially when you're looking towards ultimates as well. 4 available for both sides, and it's also the confidence boost of being the first team to hit double digits.
Straight in, Mimi using the run it back. A space creator, but it's Fluxy dead first. Rip out towards Garage allows G2 more space in the site.
Joke's over.
Run it back used. Hunter's Fury being activated as well. Varnia able to cancel the ult. Amy's found Toy in the meantime. So it is all left into the hands of 3 SK players. Good start for Jelena. She's able to pick one up with the knives and transition into the rifle. Still 4 G2 players burying themselves in on C.
Rescue's out backside.
Gotta be careful. Good spam for Akita, but Rescue. The Guardian Angel may be, but clicked at the wings, left all in the hands of Jelena, and it will be G2 getting the confidence boost up to 10. And no money left in the bank account for SK, leaves the doors wide open for taking their pick.
Hey, look at this. Kill from Akita, doesn't even see an inkling of a player through the smoke. Connects the shot, connects the kill either way. Rescue obviously putting her best foot forward, getting a multi-kill on the way out of spawn, but the issue is it's back immediately by the G2 players, and you can see from the quote from Mimi, I want to play against Rescue. I'm basically her parent. And we talk about when Rescue was going from Navi Celestials into G2 goes in back in circa 2024, making her championship debut with the Gozen sides, and Mimi being a large portion of her story in that journey in towards T1 into championships appearance, and now for SK, almost poetic. Beat them in the previous lower finals, gatekeeping them from the grand finals and wanting to do the same here, but G2 change the story, right the wrongs of Split 2 and their way to Istanbul. Again, it is a best of 5. We're at the very beginning of that tale. For seeing a game this close already, most curious of how the rest of the maps will go. You just know it's going to be a banger though.
Oh yeah. I mean, you can tell by the first 19 rounds played how inseparable these two teams are, how back and forth it's been. The shenanigans we've already seen in this series, Summer. Hope everyone at home has prepared all the snacks and all the drinks, because it does feel like one of those days where you're sitting down for a while. This is banger matchup.
Rescue going aggressive.
Careful here, Varnia able to punish through the assistance of Amy, but even then, Fluxy finding 2 quick kills out towards C has left SK up in numbers.
A readjustment for the trips on C. A little bit more confidence for SK to explore elsewhere, and confidence for Fluxy as an individual. Already taking down 2. Low HP, decides to peek out B.
In the round now to Fluxy's name. Paranoia burnt towards Garage. Varnia breaking the trip out towards B. Understanding that maybe there is a timing that she's wrapped around, but even then,
30 seconds left.
Patience at just one angle.
Here.
Going out. Careful.
Rough Fever to cross this.
Tricky to get that spike as across, as you say. Nicely done by Fluxy. 4 found, on for the ace. Lisa going to be compromised. Could it be for Fluxy? Apparently, no one is just giving up Vania's position, eventually taken down. I mean, Lisa just got shot in the side, right? I'm not going insane. No reaction from Fluxy, clearly misinterpreted. For SK, a 10th is a 10th. And it's all to the aid of the Omen player. For SK Nebula, Fluxy turning up the heat here late on Haven.
You can excuse it, it's the 5th and final kill, but on for an ace. Seems to get lost in the sauce.
Enemy remaining. Seconds left.
By the way, lost at the very end, but still found double digits.
Delina giving Akita a taste of her own medicine. Whoa, into the wall. Dead to rights, but face feeling a bit flat after dashing into concrete. 4 on 3. Trade out from Jelena happens, but both duelists removed from the equation here for G2 Gozen.
3 players on the A site. It has to be clean from G2 on the way out, but the flash comes through, and somehow Vani gets both.
Still expecting another body here on site, and now Twy giving up her position, but through the wall. Vani are dead, SK in front. Operator picked up for good measure. A real turning point in this series now. SK start to blossom here on the defense. G2 goes in. I have a feeling, Summer, money is going to be pretty dry.
Yes, this should do.
I don't necessarily want to count them out with a buy like this. We saw that was similar to what they had in round 17 to disrupt the SK. Who's over on towards the A site, using speed to their advantage. This time, opting for something a little bit slower. Spread out. Amy can find extremity of A, same goes for Amy towards C, while the bulk of their force see if there's a peek from anyone. Rescue closing it and doesn't want to peek, puts the wall up and look towards the Phoenix of the opposition. Mimi offering her life away.
A really well-timed kill as well, because as soon as Rescue puts up that wall, you find the frag. And now G2 don't really have a second choice. They can't back up and go to A. They have no space. Rescue cornered in the site. Ever's there with the Guardian to level the scoreline in this round. 4 versus 4. Spike goes down shortly after.
Here. Got relative confidence for G2 in the post plant as well, with trips up on Garys. They want to fight forward into C-Link. Released. Peek. Put some pressure on Jelena. Now on high alert.
Knows that the operator located towards C, so G2 not exactly want to go rushing in and potentially offering these 1 versus 1s. Akita, the paranoia hitting the mark. Amy finding Fluxy. Twy able to find 1. Neural theft deployed as well. 2 on 2. Both defenders compromised. The stick happening right now. Lisa getting it halfway. Over the top goes Vania. But Amy, a hat trick on the Sheriff. And a Moda Thrifty to tie things up at 11 all. My word, this game really is coming down to fine margins.
I think Amy needs to be studied in the sense of the Sheriff kills that she's been able to get. Not just in this map, in the whole of playoffs that we've watched, we've seen multi-kills and a multitude of them. Remember back to the Habos Babos game, that was one of the rounds they were able to get on final map just to close it out. It was Nico and Moda Thrifty seemingly synonymous with the G2 side. Second one for them. SK not sitting on their laurels though. Rescue wanted to have a little bit of a peaceful exploration down mid, instead getting droned back, has to retreat, regroup with Fluxy. Happy to wait.
virtue for both teams. Okay, trying to welcome G2 into their crosshairs for G2. But they might not have all the bells and whistles. Looking pretty bleak. Big turning point. Round here. Chasing OT or are you chasing a win? That's the question that G2 are looking to answer as their 4-buy approaches a vacant C site.
Left.
Thing is, right, looking at SK, what can they do in this round to make round 24 more believable? These two aren't strapped for cash.
Fire at the feet of Varnia. That is a beautiful bit of heck out of the Phoenix. Rescue spam through the box alongside the molly. No chance for Varnia. And SK looking to live on. They just found 3 with the pistols. Crossing into the smoke. Spike is being stuck by Lisa. It's a must-hit shot for Amy. Is there enough time? Yes, plenty of it. And it's SK that return the favour. Another Amoda thrifty. This time putting SK on map point.
On paper, you look at it, G2, they have the money, they have the post-plant, time is on their side, and you make the question of, okay, yeah, you get the first initial kill, but then the ultimate coming in from Rescue, the run it back, you almost feel it's an over-investment. Or instead, it's an investment that allows SK to walk away with a defuse win. And now, seemingly, all the pressure that was mounted on them of making round 24 count, making round 23 costly to put their best foot forward in the final of regulation. Opposite story, it's now G2 falling behind.
Look at the money as well for the G2 goes inside. There's not much to bring forward, sure. A couple of Phantoms already brought in by Akita and Amy, but you turn to the likes of Eva, 2.7, I mean, Aldro needs to be bought. Could just be like Spectre full shield kind of angle, same thing for Varnia. Desperate times. They call for desperate measures, a timeout before we head into round 24. G2, their map pick now on the line.
Criminal scenes we've seen from both of these teams on their lower buys. You don't necessarily want to count G2 out. SK, an opportunity to start off this best of 5 with a victory on your opponent's pick. To opt in to stay away from C for the time being. Like they had better luck towards A on these initial A-long fights.
Ult's being used in the 5v4 retake, some a bold move for SK. Paid off. Over to A, peeking mid, Jeleena's punished Mimi. Knives drawn as well for Jelena. Towards A, a few of these bodies lie. Amy lurking out on C. But the main point of attack is this A site. 40 seconds left as well. G2 don't really have a lot of time to reconsider their plans and options.
Unless Amy can get this kill quickly and cleanly, but Twy.
30 seconds
Hold
left.
on.
This cost some damage. Vanya's gotten one as well.
It all eyes on Fluxy. Spike's running away from the A site. Towards C. Omen ultimate. Jelena trying to go forward. Can't connect. A huge overextension costing the lead that SK could have used in the post plant. Hunter's Fury for Lisa. Connecting on nothing. And now SK left in the 2 versus 3 to try and close out Haven in regulation. Amy waiting. Cornering SK. Lisa dead to rights. And it's all on Fluxy. One of the highest clutches in stage 2. Did it a few times against G2 Gozen. We'll have to try and close this map here in a 1 versus 3 fashion. And Varnia will not welcome her in. You knew this series was going to be a banger. Well, how do you like overtime in map 1?
Questionings on SK. lead off the back of a thrifty into numbers advantage, into time advantage. The clock was ticking, Ryan. It was 40 seconds left on the clock. G2 no real space to talk of, and it's the pickup from Vanya. Getting that Ultimus online, allowing her to TP over to C, where Amy picked up an incredibly vital kill, not only onto Twy, but also onto Jelena, disallowing any sort of solo flood retake hero play, and it's a mistake that cost SK greatly, and for G2, lavishing in it. Overtime required.
Had a lovely quote from earlier, Emma saying, team works very hard, supports each other, never gives up even when things are difficult. That is the truest test of that sentiment. G2 pass, they will be given a second chance at life here on Haven. Much as you might chalk it up to mistakes made from SK, it's not one that G2 are going to try and let slip. Rescue, opening kill again. Fluxy, fortunate to get away with one. 2 on 4 for Akita and Vanya.
We're going to go fast. Paranoia up high. It's a good punish onto Jelena.
Down to 2 on the SK camp as well. Rescue removed from the equation. Lisa waiting in the wings. All on Akita. And it's now SK's turn yet again to apply the pressure of a map win. This time, it requires simply one round one on their defense.
One enemy remaining.
Time to be used. Instead, time to play on SK. Destiny into the operator, saw how impactful it was getting the entry for Jelena in the previous, just able to necessarily close it out. A little bit of housekeeping, shock darts to destroy the trips. Let's force Jelena off the angle.
Spotted, eventually the shoulder revealed, Rescue getting aggressive. A trade of information, however, Lisa sticks about, happy to take fights, happy to take heads. Akita, Amy, both shall fall. 3 on 5 for G2.
Massive moment for Lisa to step up, not that she hasn't in regulation, but 2 rounds. I've seen an OT, a multi-kill from her. 2 players to the worst. G2 slink their way into B, but no one's home. Hoping for an advantage before they get spiked down. They find some space in towards C-Link. Look how respectful SK are playing. Nobody wants to offer up these individual engagements.
Paranoia is really good. Vanya has to run away off the back of the owl drone, but the penny shall drop. The majority of these players are coming from A-Link. Smoke wall, everything being thrown at this retake. Rescue tagged up. Vanya finds the first. Time still ticking for SK. Got to force the issue. Mimi on the molly. Ever bad timing, but Vanya to make up for it. All on Mimi. The captain, the old guard of G2 goes, and Fluxy to try and stick to halfway. Twice there to deny. And it will be SK on G2's pick. 1-0 up in this series.
Not that it wasn't a hard-fought victory for the side of SK. We mentioned it only being the first map of a best-of-5, Ryan, and they're already setting the precedent going forward of how close this matchup truly is going to be between SK and G2, but inching out with a 14-12 victory on your opponent's map pick to start things off, it's definitely going to be that boost of confidence, and you look towards Jelena, man. Multi-kills galore, MVP of the first map, 284 ACS, and partnered with 3 First Bloods. It's the duo of the duelists for SK that make a real difference.
Yeah, Self and Rescue putting up big numbers in this first map. Hey, as a whole, it is a good step in the right direction. Of course, you've got to think about the wider scheme of things. Some of you move to your selection in this series next if you're SK. Now, I mean, looking at those numbers, my word, 17-9 in the first kills department. Of course, it was Lisa a couple of times. I think Rescue on the attack had some great success in the opening duels. Close plants, 7-9 for SK, 6-9 for G2, or 6 out of 9, I should say. A clutch there. However, it is not enough to make a difference as SK take home the first map. So have a look at the wider picture, however, though, Summer. You've got to say, you know, with still potentially 4 maps ahead of us, of course, it is a bump in the road for G2. However, it's not going to be career-defining for them. They've still got plenty of time to recover in this series.
Yeah, especially as we're heading in towards Split. This is one of the ones that I was questioning of the ideology behind SK picking into this, of it being a map that G2 have dominated on so far, got that 7-1 win-loss on it, and it'd be really exciting to see what SK do want to bring out on that, especially when you're looking towards a supportive agent. Sure, we can give Julino all of the flowers possible for a performance, an MVP performance on Haven, but you mentioned Lisa as well, a player that you're expecting to step up in those moments. Both rounds of OT, multi-kills, and realistically from very isolated positions, so even on a lonesome, being able to provide so much impact for the team in a high-pressure situation of it being in those overtime rounds. Definitely looking towards a continuation of that performance going forward, especially when it comes to Split and the supportive utility that we're expecting from her.
Split up next between now and then, a short break. When we return, it's a chance for G2 to upset on SK's pick.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome in, ladies and gents. A quick break for our summer, but back to scheduled programming. A best of 5 that SK find themselves a map up to none. G2's Pick of Haven not going their way.
No, but there's still silver linings for them heading into the second map. Like we said, rattling on O'Barrett, yes again. This is not a bad map for G2, so a lot to prove for SK picking this into them. But looking towards their recent performances themselves on this map, definitely looking forward to seeing this head-to-head. We've not necessarily had it other than the group stage game. So seeing if there's any improvements coming in from the side of SK here, because it was a loss to that G2 side in group stage.
Yes, definitely. I think, you know, as you say, maybe the history alluding to this map being one that G2 probably feeling surprisingly confident and maybe surprised as a whole that, you know, it's this early in the series and it's actually picked by SK. I think, yesterday's game, if I'm not mistaken, they picked this map split into the Focus Sakura side. If I'm mistaken, you'll have to tell me, Summer. But I think for the most part, like G2, we know them as a team that like picking this map. We know that they are a team that can do very well on it. So to see it come out from SK makes me kind of wonder, not so much, you know, I know what G2 are capable of. It's actually now more so, what do SK know that we don't?
I mean, you're looking towards SK as well in this map. They've played it slightly less, just 5 times instead of the 8 of G2, and they have only faced that one loss against the G2 Goes Inside at the very beginning of groups. They played it yesterday against Gensamates, had that victory over them there. So, like, by all means, it's not a bad map for the SK side either. And for the recent track record, if you're looking towards the loss G2 suffered on it most recently, then maybe it's that conversation of, well, if there are errors and there's opportunities to exploit this GT side on Split, given the fact that they've played it so many times, there's so much tape to go off of, and you're looking towards the research and the preparation for SK Nebula coming into this, and especially with the composition that they run, it can be so disruptive to the G2 Goes Inside.
Yeah, I think, as you say, if you use the Gentlemate side as a benchmark almost in this map, between these two teams, then yeah, understandably SK would be picking this map. But as I say, you know, it's not exactly like G2 are slouches on this map. It's not exactly like their track record is bad and it's a punish pick that SK have found. This is a very competent map within the G2 Goes and Pulls. So I don't know, I'm surprisingly excited about this map and the way it goes. I think if, you know, you ask me to hedge my bets as to where we'd see an overtime in this series, I feel like this is possibly one of those maps that I'd lean into, because I do think that the difference is very close between these two teams. It comes out second in our series of 5.
I mean, the conversation for the G2 Goes Inside was, even with that one loss that they faced, it was an 8-4 lead that they squandered going into that defensive half, a half that you're tending to be favoured on if you're looking towards the statistics of Split as a whole, especially for G2 and this composition, barring yesterday's game against Focus Sakura. So interesting to see them starting off on the defence, and excited to see if the wrongs from yesterday have been rewritten, because you're looking towards the only blip that they have on their record was that defensive half against Focus.
Yeah, I think the other thing that I want to quickly gloss over is the fact that SK Nebula, you know, we were talking about the duelist combination that won them so much in the first map. It's ResQ that opts to play the Sky in this environment. They don't opt for that double duelist setup. It's one that they're not going to be it's one that they are going to be alone on here. G2 goes in leaning into that Yoru Neon combination. But it is time to talk about Split. And whether you are a G2 fan or an SK fan, you know that both teams have a pretty good track record in our second map of potentially 5 today. And with SK already being up a map, you kind of feel like the implied result, should they win here, it will fall in their favour. G2 need to have some rebuttal. It comes here on SK's pick of Split.
SK already posturing up outside B main. Talk about the composition, how it can be punchy. Double initiator feeds into enabling Jelena. ResQ, obviously, you mentioned stepping away from the Phoenix, but still on a similar position within the roster of being on towards the Flash's agent. Welcoming start over towards B main. Smoke pops.
There.
Necessarily invite SK to challenge the B main fight.
That smoke is so horrible to deal with because
Cover going out.
one way allows cut behind it as well. Varnia feeling that's a little too far to the right. Gap left. Rescue sending a flash through it. No information though. You know the sound of the flash making the mark, so might be welcomed into the idea of playing this. Great paranoia, and Varnia just shoves back this pressure that SK are trying to apply here on B.
Only issue is for G2, they've just shown 3 players out towards B, lost the paranoia, and with 40 seconds left on the clock, SK reapproaching and regrouping in B main.
They can double dip this B site execute. Horn dropped. Varnia in backside now, detected by the Prowler, but no one's helping. Fluxy dead. Rescue finds a double as she entries and opens up this B site. Akita and Eva left 2 on 4. Nice shot from Akita.
We confirmed damage onto Jelena, the dink going through. Important engagement up on Heaven, and it's Twy that comes out on top. Talk about heroics from Akita now. Stuck between 3 players to try and find a way to isolate them. Does onto Lisa.
2. Low HP for Jelena as well. Swing a little premature to that of the stun. Jelena welcomes in that fight. SK take a pistol. Beautifully done. It's G2 on the defense now. Subdued to just Nico.
Last bullet in the mag. Vanya hits the dink. Fortunate it's on the classic. Another opening pistol for SK. Opportunity now to push that further. 2 rifles invested. Similar buy to what they love doing. Their attack. This is cheeky.
Oh, aggressive from Fluxy. Say that, it's G2 that are trying to push the fight, but Fluxy welcoming this engagement, and she wants to handle G2 by herself. Jelena and Rescue here for assistance. All picked up forever before the spike gets set down. It still has a bit of a way to move. These are moving in towards B. And then it's always going to be SK's round.
For making her way over and by gaining space in mid same time. That's one thing though for the side of Gozen that they have to be careful about is how punchy SK can be. With the flashes, with the prowlers, with the trailblazers as well, and Rescue hunting down their former teammates. Or does she know she has a bit of a shadow of Eva?
And mouse. Away. Eva won't go chasing, don't want to feed the ult orbs anymore. A sensible, smart move from Eva. Go down to the spike. Not allowing SK any more breathing room. The ultimate race. Which, Rescue only 2 away from Seekers, which, you know, when you're coming into a round like this summer, 2 away from your ult, of which is a bonus for this SK side, you start to think, you know, it'd be round defining if Rescue can get her ultimate up here.
A proper conversation about getting the orb, obviously being the spike planter as well in a couple of these rounds, and bolstered up by the quadra kill to a name.
Bring them down.
Not necessarily going to be the easiest to pick up. Akita and Eva playing aggressive behind the smoke, pops through, but Jelena quick on the trigger. A big punish.
Careful. Okay, it's Akita removed, and G2 already playing with fire when it comes to the numbers. Hey, very calculative in their approach. I had the opportunity to talk to Toy beforehand, and even she was saying she loves the freedom that she gets under Fluxy, but you can see in rounds like this, it's almost SK sort of bound at the hip, don't want to get too aggressive too quickly.
You talk about freedom, SK don't necessarily have that unless they get the kills and fight forward, because Amy currently has them locked in.
Ever stuck inside. Paranoia is beautiful. Allowing the Fae to take these 1 versus 1. Jelena so quick to the trade. And while Amy will try and fight her ground, she's got 3 more to find from the flank.
Spike planted.
Thinking about exiting there. Did a look in. Information. I think some of this one is just going to be a save. SK, pistol, anti-eco, bonus, all going their way.
And as much as Amy's position plays into the fact that they weren't able to necessarily retreat or reapproach their plan in round 3, SK instead do exactly what they need to do. Fight their way forward, play the trade game, and even though, like you said, it was a massive paranoia coming in from Vanya, allows for try and rescue to be collected. Everything else in favour of the SK side. Another great start to the second map. You look at Haven, it was a 4-0 lead for SK, barreling their way through the beginning of these maps, and I only saw the rebuttal for GT off the back of a timeout.
Be a lot of extra baggage mentally for G2, knowing that you're on the defensive side of Split. Won any of the first 3. Still chances, of course, in this half summer. I'm not trying to write their obituary too soon here, but understand, and yeah, rightly so. Tactical break coming in. Understanding maybe the gravity of what's just happened here. You've lost out on the chance to stop SK's momentum early. Instead, on 3 from 3. Opportunity, of course, for SK to continue that as well.
It's around earlier than what we saw on Haven. It was after the 4-0 lead that we saw the GC timeout there, wanting to stop to the SK shenanigans slightly ahead of the Haven schedule, and you're looking towards things that they have to work with in this round that maybe they didn't necessarily have before. Amy has that saved rifle. But other than that, it's a dire situation for G2 to fight back into at least round 4 with. Maybe conversations on Lisa with 3k credits, keeping enough alive that you can invest into an operator from round 5. You mentioned the Seekers in the previous, now it's starting getting closer online. Same goes for Jelena and the Showstopper. A couple of heavy hitting ultimates.
Yet again, Akita removed. Talked about this in the pre-show summer. This is a huge vocal point, is Akita, when she's allowed to do what she wants, she can rip teams apart all by herself. However, Kay finding a way to move her from the equation time and time again. It's going to be problematic for a G2 side that are desperate to find success. Blinded is Jelena. And Vanya given a little bit of wiggle room towards the back of B site. Rescue, quick to trade. B site theirs, and the spike going down once more.
We still have Amy and the Phantom available, and with numbers not necessarily in an undoable situation, it's just more of the weaponry, long angle engagements required coming out from Heaven.
Pressures. Trying to slip in towards the site. Amy taking a bit of fall damage as she tries to claw something together with her rifle. Instead, it's Lisa's Phantom. And twice last, that is able to put SK up to 4. For a timeout happen early. Now is the biggest time to show why we had a minute pause within the action here, Summer.
Yeah, it's the main round that you're looking towards being the reaction off the back of it. No investment up into an operator. It's full Phantoms across the board for the G2 side, and instead looking like more of a focus on towards mid. Immediate walk down from the double duelist. Fluxy has to be careful.
Hanagita. Better. Luxie dead as well, so no stars can be used in this round. Instead, basically, eye on the wall. Outskirts of A. Horn sent in. These are enough time to pick up the ult orb, the last one that she needed for the Nightfall. Time, however, Amy. No one gets past freely in middle, under the watchful eye. Goes in Viper, not to mention now Akita sliding into B main. A lot of information fed now. SK haven't really put any pressure towards B. Maybe half considering what's happened in A. Seekers deployed by Rescue.
Mimi. Luckily, gets away with her life, but Twy, that's an opportunity squandered and straight into the crosser of ever. Seekers go out, sure, so you at least know your position of 3 of these players, but 24 seconds left on the clock. You haven't got a single kill to your name in this round for SK, and G2 might have just found the winning recipe.
I mean, I was going to comment on the fact that had the approach have been quite quick through Heaven, the only defender was Amy. Unfortunately, SK park it instead of putting it into a new gear. Not interested in trying to get the spike down, and they claim to a 5th instead. You concede at the expense of another G2 player. Hey, that's more like it for Akita. We know that her first kill death ratio is one of the highest within Game Changers EMEA. Those are kind of the reasons why. Able to get aggressive, very accurate. Delivers bad news for the first time this map for SK.
The entry that they found from being immediately proactive. You had a double player walk down mid. Mimi obviously taking first contact, TPing out, and vacancy left. Followed by Akita.
Right in, showstopper. Fire towards Spawn, but damage done. Clone getting shot in the middle of sight. Amy's found twice, so down to 4. This SK attack still trying to brute force their way in. Akita flying wide and through the heart of SK Nebula. Amy on the ropes, swinging for the last, and it will be G2 striking home their 2nd out of 6.
Similar conversion we were talking about off the back of the timer. Once they get those rifles back out, start to look a lot more confident for that G2 side. Even though Akita maybe not necessarily getting all the kills, but being a distracting figure for the SK players as they come out onto site. Vanya able to pick up the rest. They change the tactics, wanting to fight over towards 8.
Different idea though.
You almost want to believe it's real.
I completely understand this move. I've seen too many fake Yoru clones, and Fluxy, there's no such thing as being too careful in situations like that.
Now it's confirmed not real. Decide to inch their way forwards into sight. Any real defenders ever.
Jelena rescue with the opener, however, for SK, not before. Akita's found the mark. It's nicely done. Amy spotted in Heaven. Loads of damage. The flash is good, but Akita's just swung through. A hat trick for her. All up to Lisa. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Ball goes up. It's the perfect time for Lisa to try and penalise Horn. Likes a lot of information as to where G2 aren't. However, still so much to do and such little time to do it in. There is now 10 seconds left here in the drop into sight. Akita will be given that information by being stuck. Akita baiting Lisa off. It's beautifully played in the 1 versus 2, ensuring that Lisa can't win the round, and while it's the maximum penalty in terms of damage that G2 are to suffer, it is still a round on the board in their name.
That's great bodyguard work coming in from Ikita really in that round. The flash was absolutely perfect from Rescue. To player that dropped down from heaven. Unfortunately, she's able to collect off the back of her own utility. She gets a shot to the side of the head. Said, an expensive round for GT, but a round nonetheless. Lose all the weapons. They should have enough to reinvest. Looking towards Vanya dropping, or even Eva dropping a weapon over towards Mimi. SK again. 3 rounds enough of a streak for G2. Decided to get coaches that minute timeout to readjust their plan, readjust their setups. Considering what they have on towards the attack, it was an expensive round of ultimates from Jolina. Important round just to keep the lead, because we saw how nail-biting Haven was, of it being back and forth, no real team getting a dominant start. Keep G2 in check, not allow an equalisation.
Cutting through.
Also, it's a money thing. You lose here, might as well be giving G2 an opportunity to get the lead themselves, not just to equalise.
A good chance for G2 to get ahead of the curve, but it does start with the investment made here in round 8. Rescue to get a lot of information. The flash is good from Mimi, catching a fair few of those SK bodies that are trying to flood the mid position. Straight into heaven here. Rescue low, widest of swings. It's great movement from Rescue. The Haunt as well, catching the retreating Akita. Well, Rescue bounded to the heaven position. It's only for a moment's notice. Amy inside main. These are getting the plant. 4 on 5 here for G2. Brilliant satchel, Jelena. So much damage done to Vanya as well. The satchel finding a kill. Spotting Ever on the stairs. Amy drops her ultimate. Fluxy will fall eventually. But it is SK advantageous in numbers. And SK looking to keep their track record of being in control of this map alive. Ever 1 versus 3. And Jelena makes it a hat-trick of her own here in round 8.
It's the speed at which SK get onto these sites, it's just so scary with how direct that they can be. You see Rescue talk about widest of swings. The only thing that could even slow her down was getting hit by the pole of Ever on the fade. And even here, Jelena a triple for herself. Just the confidence. Oh, you're in a 3v1, but crazier things have happened when coming up against Ever. Wants to go for the kill, get the round over and done with.
Of course, once we were speaking to G2 potentially getting a lead, it's SK that can put them under. The same levels of pressure. 3 in quick succession out of middle. Spike down, an ambitious move from SK. And it's torched and paid the ultimate price.
I'm so surprised how little damage that combination has done on mid. You have the pull coming in from Lisa, you have the nade coming in from Jolena, and yet only 22 damage has been done across the board on the GT side. You're almost expecting Amy to be dead to rights, just not quite deep enough, and G2 taking full advantage of that. Spike down mid, not necessarily the most unretrievable, but given the money, given the number situation and how early on it happened with no rebuttal, all 5 alive for G2. SK have to keep these weapons alive.
Left.
G2 answer back.
Toxins going up.
Very, very slow end to round.
10 seconds left.
No intrigue in the 2 versus 5. A game for SK. I mean, at this point in time, Summer, all you have to really do is coast for the rest of this half, right? Like, SK have probably done enough on the attack to warrant a respectable halftime scoreline. You know, any more from this point on only boosts your odds of winning this map. If you are to play the percentages, 3 more rounds left to be played. How even it is, you know, this is looking like kind of a 7-5, 6-6 scoreline. Okay, I don't think we'll be displeased with either result, should that happen, especially when they move on to the defense next.
G2 hoping to put a couple more rounds to their name before they switch over on towards that attack, given the fact that it will be SK switching over to the stronger side.
Face your fear!
Early Nightfall.
Got by Amy. Bodies lining up in heaven. Akita taking the flash, but she's full blind. It's a costly move for G2 Gozen. Akita stares right into the utility that Mimi tried to use to set her up. 4 on 3. Alina the only one dead for SK right now. G2 might just be buried here. Ever's just hit a beautiful double. And now it's just Rescue and Lisa in the clutch.
Ultimates available for both. Once Rescue gets this spike down, pop the Seekers, it should alert Lisa to the position of Vanya on the flank. Which at least nullifies the element of surprise. The further that 2 are taken from spawn.
Opportunity now because K's position's all compromised. Vanya knows there's no point holding the shift key. That is ridiculous. All sits in the palm of Rescue, pulls the flash out. She shall not fly SK to their 6th. Instead, are tied up after 10. G2 securing their 5th.
Vanya on main. Completely, like you said, doesn't even need the shift key. Gets that kill so crisp and clean. Doesn't use the paranoia to self-initiate. Instead, has it in the back pocket. And not that you're counting Rescue out already in the 1v3, but definitely the paranoia lands directly at her feet. SK, round 9, they were at least able to save weapons. Round 10, all go down. Stingers, the main weapon for SK to work with. They might want to change the pace, pop in towards B, given all their forces currently postured up.
The body blocking, I feel. Jelena in towards sight, snake bite at her feet. Got to be careful. What compromise, low damage. Vanya, it's good, it's great. It's G2 Gozen looking for 6. Lisa in the 1 versus 5, tapping heads with the Guardian. Needs 3 more. Vanya single-handedly denying SK entry at the front door.
This smoke can get cycled on main. With the spike being down on site, it's simple task for G2 to hold the cross.
Away, Lisa comfortable within the confines of B main. With this round, the approach has to be out in towards site. One that G2 will welcome. Ever to close the show here as G2 take a step in front out of the shadow of SK here on split. There's some nice shooting from Lisa, but very, very much voided by the earlier efforts of Vanya.
Into the last round of the half, you said both teams relatively content. Should it be a 7-5 scoreline? But for SK, given the 4-0 lead, you're hoping they can at least end the half with a bang.
Oh, could it be heard, Jelena? I mean, that's one way to get rid of it. No enemies in sight. Wants to deny G2. Trying to introduce base into sight. Viper's Pit being activated here by Twy. Able to cover off B site in its entirety. Akita. Well worked. Gun sent in as well. Boombot removed. Starting to close the gap here. SK open the doors, but Varnia again. She is just an immovable object on the B site. Another hat trick. Another round that SK have torn apart by one individual. It really is Varnia's world right now here on Split. G2 lead 7-5, identical to that of the first map. The question is, will they be able to close here on Split? We'll find out after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Another 7-5 half, this time falling in favour of G2 as they move to the attack of Split. Summer, it's been a very interesting turn of events. SK could start yet again with a rebuttal. Does end with them in front. Varnia 12-6. That's where we left off. 2 back-to-back multi-kills. Let's put them well and truly on the board. The conversation here of taking SK's pick away.
And looking towards GT, that timeline definitely ramping up into this map. 7 of the last 8.
Lightning fast, so quick. Rescue overlooked. Getting a new mag in the ghost. It's ridiculous from Rescue. She has just torn apart G2 Gozen, offered all the time and space. New mag in the gun, same outcome. As you walk into the guillotine of Rescue, Amy and Varnia left to pick up the pieces, but with the spike already dropped in middle, round becomes near impossible. Amy can't find the mark. And I talked about Varnia's multi-kills this time. It's a 1 versus 5 that she's going to need to deliver with.
Remember the Varnia 1v5 in the lower finals of Split 3 to make it to Istanbul?
Oh,
No?
okay.
Start off with the, what was it, the kill on Talisa? Make it that far, it's the 1 up, 1 down. Julina and Redsky. It's likely to be the undoing, it is, and for SK, both pistols now in Split, collected.
3 out of 4 in this series as well, Summer, right? Split on the first map, Haven. This one, both going SK's way. Common theme for these difference makers. Tech timeout as we head into round 14, however. A bit of time for us to reflect, maybe, on the success that SK need.
Fortunately, it seems like it's going to be a slightly extended technical break, hopefully to get GT's internet up and sorted. We'll be going into a short tech pause, but when we're back, we're going to be seeing if there's any sort of rebuttal for G2 so far as SK, with a pistol, start to build their way back up to equalization.
Red Bull gives you wings.
take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. It's your love, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. It's your love, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you.
6-7. It was G2 that led by 2 at the turn of the first half. However, SK, having collected a pistol, leaves their score only trailing by 1. We head into round 14. Eyes set on SK to make sure that their anti-eco goes well, Summer. And more importantly, levels us out, ready for when G2 bring out the rifles.
Even though they don't necessarily have the rifles, looking to be punchy and direct in towards Akita, leading the way, already converging on towards Rescue's position.
Be careful, plenty of bodies. And G2, an overwhelming force. Showing Rescue the door. It's not without their troubles though. Vania get to rights as well.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage as well done on the G2 side, but there's a weapon recovered, so look towards Mimi, see what she can get done with it.
Okay, that Bulldog gonna have to sing in round 14 if G2 wants to stop SK from minimizing this gap entirely. Akita bursting down the Prowler. Fly moving shortly behind it, kills Emma. Quite unfortunate. G2 have found another couple of kills though. This gets hairy. G2 using time to their effect. Akita's got another. 4 HP left. Fluxy, tap of the spike. Walks around the corner. Is there enough time? It's going to be close. You reckon not? Fine margins, and G2 and Amoda Thrifty to keep them in front.
There was zero investment in towards that one, Ryan. That was a, let's see what we can get done over towards A. We send numbers and Rescue getting isolated and talk about struggles on this map. It's Mimi's first kill, but it's one of the more impactful ones. Denying SK a conversion and putting Amoda Thrifty on board. It does come down to the fine margins, but for G2, any margin will do, and ruins the scoreline, but it's 8-6 now.
About confidence for G2 goes in. You already buried. Carpet rolled out for G2. They're poison in a round like this. Lisa, timing, spotting the shoulder here of Vania. Bit of a surprise to her that Lisa's coming in from the right-hand side, but it doesn't stop G2 from finding success elsewhere. Now found as ever. Realizes a second defender. Might make his way around as well. Got to be careful. These are compromised. Bandits found the mark. Low HP, however, for the only defender of the B site.
Damage afforded, but not necessarily enough to make you believe in this round just yet, especially with Vania and Mimi picking up a couple more, and quite sure you've got the HP with 4 ahead of you and only bandit to your name. He asked for his exit.
quiet on the of round 15, as you say, Summer. Done! Mimi dinked as well! Boy, able to find a couple. Starting to get dangerous here. But more with the bandit, even finds a bit of a tag onto Varnia. Kept modest, the G2 economy. However, it was always their round to win. 9-6. 3 to the good now, G2. This attack starting to look formidable.
A short technical break for us, but when you're looking towards this round now, weapons back out. With how expensive SK can start to make things look with just abandoning a 1v4 position when you're looking at Twilight. Same goes for G2 being able to walk away with round 14 full stop. Given rifles will be out for everyone, it starts to make things interesting. But for G2, it's an opportunity to hit double digits.
How this game has developed after SK's pistol win, we thought, Summer, it was just obvious how the next couple of rounds were going to go. However, very different to maybe what the norm was. 2 back-to-back success stories, one with 5 classics, the next, a lot of damage admittedly, but themselves their 9th, only 4 rounds away from laying claim K's pick of split.
Double the distance required for SK. Also, you're looking towards the real difference makers for GT. Relatively equal at the top of the leaderboard, and a lot of that lead for G2 from the final few rounds of their defense. A lot of it being from Varnia and multi-kills on towards this B site. Bit of an absolute rock, I think it's fair to say. An immovable force. Whether SK are able to replicate that on their defensive gambit. Obviously, no paranoia available, but a lot of flashes for Rescue to initiate for Fluxy Angelina.
Bit of an extended pause. Unfortunately, you are going to have to deal with another break. So, an absence from the action. When we return, hopefully back to scheduled programming. G2 up by 3. Question is, will they be able to close and level out the series scoreline?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you Usually I take a backseat, yeah.
Welcome in, ladies and gents. Apologies for the delay, but we are here. Join us midway through the second half of our second map. G2 up by a few and in prime position to close this series out in formidable fashion. Summer, the question is, do SK have a response? Lost in spectacular style in round 14, 5 classics beating them to the mark. Time to see if they can let the rifles do the talking.
Direct from Akita, and a quick finish to her life, but Vanya and Amy have some sort of revenge, so keeping the numbers modest for SK. The first few seconds, 3 players drop, and with the space that Mimi's found over towards B, there's 0 committal from G2. They start to change the tune and walk back to B. What point do they run? At what point does Lisa hear? Shift walk the whole way.
Dangerous, as you say.
Portal closed.
All the way round. SK, bit of a gamble towards A. With already advanced position in B. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised, Summer, if we just see SK stay put. You really attempt this retake, 3 on 4. When all of your resources have already been invested, and the only thing you really got is the, okay, sure, full util on Lisa, but snake bites, the orb from Toy has to go and be retrieved. Yeah, look, they don't move. They're stuck on the A site. It will be a save. It will be G2 up to double digits.
A relatively flat way to come back in after a timeout. They're wanting to be proactive. You saw Lisa make her way down mid, and same goes for Trina and Rescue fighting into A main.
Poison's off.
Maybe an afforded one onto Akita. Relative fast. But you can see of the B side, Mimi finds a new home for the goes inside, and like you said, a post plant not even challenged. SK knowing the importance of keeping these weapons into the next, because their money is starting to feel terrible. G2 is starting to gain the momentum even further. More importantly, the number of rounds lead beginning to stretch.
Don't panic, do not worry. It is tactical, not technical. Gonna put you back to a break screen. You're stuck with us, at least for now. 2 that are looking to do a break quite soon, though. They are 3 away from victory here on SK's pick of split. A formidable force here on the attack. 3 of the last 4 in this half have gone the G2 way. Fortunately for SK, I mean, money is really starting to run out here. We have a few saved weapons, sure, sort of make up for lost amends heading into round 17, but it's not a long-term solution.
I mean, money has run out for Rescue. The opportunity to afford up a Vandal here. Just to see what approach I'd like to have, but given it's their last time out, I hope it's not just the be-all end-all for round 17 and more of a future-proofing plan. A few number of rounds to build, go back up into, and Rescue will actually go for that premium weapon, but 0 shields, a glass cannon phantom.
When's the last time you said that? Athena swings wide, might be needed now, Rescue. Sends the flash through late, and it's going to give Lisa the confidence to swing. 4 on 3. He destroying the reveal, but even then, G2 having to work from the player down.
There's information for SK that at least 2 of the 3 remaining were in the A main position. And was why collect and kill onto Mimi mid, you know exactly where the 3rd was. My back's against the wall. Choose to reinvestigate A main. Whereas he jiggling the cross. Again, Glass armor. Oh, glass cannon, no armor. Go down relatively well to a phantom headshot, but not going to give Amy an opportunity. Shot to the side of the head. An easy pickup for Lisa. So it's a risk for them going into this round of scrounging to gather everything they could afford. Looking towards rescue. Putting everything into the weaponry. It works out. An immediate timeout from G2 off the back of it. Have we not had enough pauses?
Yeah, I feel bad for the amount of Kit Kat bars we're going through at this point, Summer. The amount of snapping I'm seeing on my screen, yeah. Tactical break called. It's G2's last. Understandably, after losing the previous, you've got to set rights from wrongs. What went well in this round? What could have been done better? Back down to 3. SK, of course, still on the hunt for victory. A long way to go yet. G2 knowing that they've got to stop them dead in their tracks.
Even though we've had that triple from G2 and one of them was that Amoda Thrifty, the economy has still relatively been kept in check by the SK side. That with this, you're going to have to see weapons dropped over to Amy. We'll have money to buy in this, but starts to make conversations on longevity. Should SK be able to connect into round 18? Question for G2, how long can they sustain forcing up every round?
Bam is wild through the smoke rescue. Hitting Vania once. More to go up for Akita, so G2 applying a lot of early pressure towards A Summer, but upon maybe what they wanted to lead SK to believe.
I mean, they have the perfect ultimates to pop in towards this A site, looking towards Vania, possibly TPing to elbow or screens. Akita, and Eva being a direct hit into sight. Blazer goes out, clearing towards ramp and main. Might lure SK into a false sense of security that no one's home from the G2 side, and instead, no one's budged. Still the main force of the Gozen. Twice situated in A main, and it starts to pull the rotates over. SK start doubting.
One Prowler has just sent them basically, Summer. Through mid into heaven, they think it's a B play. Rescue caught in the open.
30 seconds left.
G2 to set down the spike. It's G2 looking for an 11th.
You will see how slow Twice taking it on the flank, not necessarily sure of the positionings. Barely any information for the Nebula side to work with. Nightfall goes out. Players in towards ramp.
And up. Mimi's got the frag. Drillina dead.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
a big flank. Mimi's got 3. Might even be 4. Viper spotted on the lurk. Wanting to tuck tail and save is Twi, and even then, not enough time in the round, even if she went forward rather than backward to kill 4 players and defuse the spike. There's 11 on the board for G2 Gozen.
Pivotal round for them just to ensure longevity. Same conversation for SK now. Looking at the credits, looking at the ultimates, they have a lot to work with coming into round 19, but should they falter, G2 up onto 12 and likely no money left for SK to work with.
At times, call for desperate measures. We'll see what SK can do and recover the lead that G2 have produced. Sees deployed. It's just Mimi. Already spotted Fluxy. Neon Wall going up. There's so much of a distraction made. Flash could go wide. It's a triple swing. And Lisa can't handle any of it. Fluxy waiting in the spawn smoke.
Time to jump.
Patience being shown yet again. Seekers being used for Res Q, so SK know this one They're gonna have to do everything in. Showstopper blasting Mimi out of this round 4-on-4.
Managed to find their way into backside. They have to fight forward. Just another triple peek. But SK are the ones coming out on top until Amy has something to say. Paired with Eva and a triple kill between them. And it's G2 up onto 12. This was the conversation we were having. It's dark days for SK. They throw the ults at the problem. It doesn't stick. G2 on that point and SK down to Stingers, down to Sheriffs. And we questioned what SK had coming into Split, given it being a major positive point for G2 in their veto process.
K being dispatched of here on Split. Jelena looking for one, but G2 looking to respond in kind. Nightfall used by Lisa, marking and decaying a few of these G2 players, but the site well bolstered. 3-on-4. Talked about the lesser weapons. They are going to have to sing here. Time is ticking. SK looking for a way in. It'll be the last 3 through heaven. You need to send the flashbang out while they'll all try and leap into sight out from the heavens. As I say, it's looking like Mimi will welcome them to hell as she finds 3 to close. A hat-trick of frags, 13 for G2. Split is theirs.
It's such a redemption story for Mimi as well. We were avoiding saying it in the first half and even towards the start of the second. Not the best showing for Mimi at the beginning, but multi-kills to get them up onto 12, to get them into 13, and to get the map win. It doesn't really matter how you start, but more how you finish, and Mimi finishing it with style. And for G2, continuing the massive win rate on Split. For SK, questioning, scratching their heads of what went wrong.
Here's the player matchup for, I guess, the neck and neck between the Fade and the Omen. And to be fair, the numbers very much neutral. Summer. Huge output from Varna. We saw multi-kill after multi-kill. It felt like Lisa's name almost a requirement to be said in every round. And she finds success. 16, 11, 17 and 10. Varnia just about pipping her at the post when it comes to the KDA, but even then, you got to say Varnia keeping up this whole ideology that I've had through stage 3, that she's just misconsistent for G2 Gozen. She's been a fantastic asset yet again in this map. Real vocal point that has allowed G2 to tie the series up 1-1.
We talk about Varnia obviously being the MVP for the side of GC Gozen, but you have to be looking towards the team performance overall. And especially those post plants when they switched over on towards the attack, getting the spike down, being in a position to fight in the back, off the back of it, constantly proactive, and you have to be looking towards, again, Mimi in the last few rounds, a key figure of getting those post plants of that 100% win rate.
Fantastically well worked map for G2, and that means a trade in maps. It took us overtime on Haven to establish SK beating G2 on their home turf, but it's done in 20 where Split is in the name of the Gozen side, and it's G2's pick, Summit next summer, and this has really been a talking point for the both of us, knowing that G2, we've seen it in back-to-back games now where Summit has been played and Summit has been G2's map through and through, so eagerly anticipating what to see is in front of us.
Yeah, absolutely, but we're not going to be seeing it just yet. There's going to be a short little break, but when we're back, we're going to see if G2 can continue the domination on Summit, or if SK have something up their sleeves and take this map away from the Gozen side.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell her miss me. Never let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. obligation to uphold. So don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights at death for sight of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back in, everyone. A short break for us, but we are here to talk about this series, one apiece as we head into our third summer. A huge opportunity for both teams, of course, with Split and Haven traded. Those that pick shall lose is the sentiment so far.
Yeah, and well, heading into G2's map pick of Summit, they're hoping to break that pattern, and especially given what we've come to expect, I think it's fair to say, from G2 on this map, nobody taking more than 5 rounds off them, and that was the Twisted Minds team back in group stage, and the other two, 4 is all they get.
Yeah, the single-digit saga continues, maybe, heading into this one as well. We'll be going to Summit in just a few moments. Of course, for SK, this is going to be a daunting one because, as you say, no team has gained more than 5 rounds in this map against the G2 Gozen side. You have a look at Lisa, and considering the level of opposition only increases, half the rounds played, basically, kills about the same. Group stage playoffs, ACS also quite similar in that respect, Summer. These are one of the key figures that we need to see step up here should we want SK Nebula going 2 up in this series.
And especially given what we saw from this player on that first map of how impactful it was just to get them across the line on Haven, hoping a repeat performance is available for the SK Nebula side when we're looking towards Summit, because I think it's fair to say from our expectations going in, even not necessarily just looking at the comparison between G2's recent history on the map and SK's, it's more of when you're heading into this with Akita being online yet again, Mimi having a little bit of resurgence towards the end, when we're heading in towards Summit in particular, the shift in composition, Mimi back on towards the Sage and Akita on towards the Raze, a lot of things are going to be required to shut down those key agents and key players in the positions. And yeah, we talk about the Sage, and you're gonna get slowed down right now, Ryan, with the Sage Orb. And that's exactly what Mimi wants to do to the opposition when we're looking at how they play on that defensive half of Summit, which seemingly incredibly well, I think it's fair to say.
The temptation to start talking slowly there when you were like, oh, you're going to get slow walked. I thought about it.
You should have done it.
I know. Time's passed now. Time's passed. Look, focusing on the present, obviously for G2 Gozen, we could speak all day about what we've seen from them in this lower bracket so far, Summer. You know, as you say, we had the privilege of watching both of their maps on Summit yesterday and the day before, of which they lost 8 rounds combined between the 2 times that they played. So I think for what it's worth, we've got to look at SK and realise, well, look, this is definitely a formidable back for G2 Gozen. Then again, the fact that it's able to come up this early and the fact that they're willing to play it, the fact that, you know, you've seen those recent results, I'm highly anticipative of seeing SK having done their homework, you know, have a look into maybe what the opposition has done. I'm wondering, you know, how many VODs has Fluxy gone back and watched, and the coaching staff been there to help with pick apart why G2 have been so successful as of recent heading into this one. I do believe we have Agent Select ready as well, Summer, so the wait is over on that front to see exactly what we're going to be seeing from the SK Nebula side.
I mean, it's also from the SK Nebula side, not only with you looking at the coaching staff and Fluxy looking through the VODs, and I'm sure they've looked through every single one and combed through it round by round, it's also when we're looking at them of learning from the mistakes against the Gentamate side, because that was the 3rd map decider when we're talking about the upper final that could have gotten them already booking the tickets to Istanbul. And it was a massive streak of rounds by the mates side on their attack where SK Nebula started to crumble. So fortunately for them, they're going to be starting this one on the attack, and with the double duelist of Jelena and Redskey on the Waylay and Phoenix respectively, you're looking to see them control the pace similar to what they were able to do on the very first map.
Of course, we knew that the Mimi Sage has been the vocal point for the G2 Gozen switch heading into this stage. Summer, I remember you having the interview with Mimi and asking, you know, is the Sage change something that has just come to mind? And basically, Mimi turned around and said, we've been wanting to do this for a while. This has been an anticipated change within the G2 Gozen comp.
It's something that they've wanted to play as well, but majority of teams not necessarily allowing it to not only be picked into them, or it just going different ways in the veto. Mimi was talking about how she's wanted to play this map, wanted to show the new composition, and well, I don't think there's any notes in regards to what we've seen. We've seen 2 13-4s, starting 1 on the defense, 1 on the attack, so we've seen that they can prove dominant on both halves, and now heading in towards this one, starting on that defense. Definitely focus on SK Nebula with the WS in particular and the support of Lisa to be able to disrupt this defensive wall that G2 seems to be so consistent in interacting.
SK Nebula tasked with the challenge of serving G2 Gozen their first loss on this map in playoffs. A huge opportunity, of course. And they'll be looking to get 2-1 ahead in this series. But being G2 Gozen's pick, we know the metal of which they are carved from a steel wall here on Summit. An impenetrable defense and attack, as you say, both times tested, both times passed with flying colours. For SK Nebula, it's a tall task ahead, and as well as that for G2 Gozen, they are looking to strike thrice here in playoffs on the map of Summit. The real question is, can SK Nebula be the first team to put them to the test, or will this be G2 Gozen delivering yet another clinic here on the newest map of the pool? It's SKG2, our 3rd map of this best of 5.
Eden set the scene of G2 on the defense. Usually seeing Mimi play over towards the A site or in towards mid, popping up the wall, delaying time, now swapping over. Relatively early engagement that may be available for both the G2 and SK side. A lot of players grouped up in towards A main.
Done by Lisa, catching Vania early, so G2 goes in, punished. Opening engagement of the map. Akita Fires back, however. The first time this series that we're seeing her play, it isn't the Neon. Pretty well adjusted to that. I think their track record that we've mentioned a few times in playoffs so far.
Yeah, space found through mid. So the rest of SK look out in towards A. And the issue is it's a flank on flank on flank, but Dwight might not need any support of her teammates. Gets the double. And with Mimi and Amy so far removed from the situation, SK situating themselves into sight. Into an event for post plant.
From Amy unsuccessful. Alpha Mimi. Clutch. Post plant. Strong for SK, but a few players weak. All in the palm of Mimi. That's a nice first shot. 3 more. Wings out. Mimi's found a second. Now you start to believe both players low, but Twy off angle. And it gives SK the pistol.
We're talking about the pistol success coming into this, right? Of SK 3 out of 4 for this map. Now 4 out of 5. Gives them a bit of a boost, whether it's the beginning of the maps or at half time, building their way back in. Bit of a dissimilar story for G2 in the previous matches, tending to have the early leads. A taste of their own medicine. RSQ arm to the teeth. He decides better than peeking. Instead, focuses over towards mid, grouped up. Hopefully trying to run over Fluxy with numbers, but a clean shot to start things off.
Snappy adjustment made. Twy on the bandit. Going to get ran out by a few of these G2 players. It is a 3 versus 3, but losing the weakest guns.
Yeah, you only lose 2 players, both with pistols. Now, you actually have the real weapons to deal with.
Don't exactly know where SK lie. All the fights and all the numbers being put in middle. No, potentially that there's a Marshall behind or Phantom or a Vandal in your face. And as you can see, G2 understanding the situation. It is not worth a jab at the retake and those ult points. You know the drill by now. It's just a save, die to the spike. Go next round is the sentiment for G2 goes in here.
Especially you don't necessarily want to be feeding those ult orbs over onto players like Jelena, like Rescue, because those ultimates can be ever so disruptive when it comes to those sight hits. And it's just a second lease at life with the run it back. When you talk about the conversion pass, completely disabling any semblance of a on-site hold. Forces the defenders to play in unusual positions, play off-site, play for retakes, and it's not necessarily a comfortable position to be in, so you don't want to get those or allow those to get online early for SK.
Swing is huge from Jelena, finding 2. Akita and Eva buried in a main. Rescue sending her first flash through, the second short to follow as Jelena tries to get inside. Rescue finding Fardia head on a swivel as she finds one more. Be careful, the door nearly just got shut on her head. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think we've seen a death by that in pro players of yet. At least stage 3 of Game Changers EMEA. Not make this our first.
Yeah, and they're not necessarily going to get afforded much lease of life for the G2 side. Double kill from Jelena, double kill from Rescue, and Twy even hunting down Amy. Very much time to do so. Dominant, decisive way to, again, open up a map.
These keeps things flawless for SK. 3 from 3. Halfway to scoring the most amount of rounds Set the record of the most conceded singular map of Summit here for G2. After 3 rounds, early timeouts. Getting bored of me saying it, Summer. Love them, and it's a perfect time to do so for G2. You lose the first gun buy, you're onto the eco. Give yourself a bit of time to evaluate where are SK going right.
But this is the same exact thing, Ryan, that we've had in the first and second map. SK going up in the lead by 4-0. G2 having to burn a timeout in round 4 or round 5 just to be able to kickstart their performance on whatever map that we're seeing, whether it's Haven, Split or Summit, it seems. It just helps with SK's consistency in the pistols. Nice little quote from Liza as well about Twilight. One that they've been building, super hyper and energetic.
I was going to say, I think what we learned from the interview is that no matter what, she's just seemingly always a bundle of fun to be about, right? Always that positive mindset.
Ray of sunshine.
Asked her for her prediction, and whether it was fighting talk or whether she was too nice and didn't want to give me a direct answer, I asked for a prediction. She said, "You will see." So, I'd talk about her importance of this matchup. Round 4, of course, in eco for G2. We're expecting miracles to be worked. Then again, we have seen it before, so it's not exactly like we'd be rewriting history here.
Going aggressive and punished for it. That rescue does get the immediate trade. So it's something for G2 to work with. Reinforcements come through towards the B site. No pin pulled just yet for SK. To recover the weapon yet either, so still forced down onto the pistols, run it back, used to get into sight.
Fire at the feet of Akita. Rescue! Tearing G2 apart single-handedly. Fluxy finding Amy, and it's all left in the hands of Mimi, ghost in hand. Versus 4. Spare the corner, and Rescue makes it 4 of her own. A fantastic performance for 4-0, 4K, all the 4s for Rescue here.
That's nasty adjustment. I know it's against the lower buy and no real threat on Rescue's back, given it was the ultimate invested. I respect the shots, the adjustments, and again, did I say yes again? A 4-0 start for SK. Now looking to see what the impact of the timeout will have for G2 here. You can see the change, investment of Akita into the operator.
Bring them down.
Dangerous game in towards B main.
Bring them down.
For SK, it's a chance for G2 configure where things have been going poorly and what this defense can be made of. Summer, we learnt that a couple of days ago. Sakura get blasted down. Before that, Habos, Babos get blasted down. Know that G2 goes and are a ruthless team. Show up or show out. Very important round in terms of momentum for SK here. Winning this sets them up beautifully for the half.
I think they've already matched the number of rounds other teams have been able to get, and for G2, a point to prove.
Goes through, Vania opening the score tally here in round 5. Amy making it another. Jelena already removed as the A site pressure starting to be relieved. It's just Lisa and Fluxy with it all to work for. And a swing from Fluxy to no avail. Peter on the angle with the operator as well. That's more like it, G2 goes in. A flawless way to end round 5.
They've hit the limit of rounds that they're allowed to give the opponents on on this map with this composition. Again, reiterating the fact that GT so far in the last 2 matches have been 13-4, 13-4, and not against sides that you want to underestimate, right? Of the Focus Sakura side, Habos Babos, even Twisted, only getting 5. But SK already watching that. Oh.
Prowler sent round the corner, one in response. It was like switched teams. It was like possessed to go the other way. A trade of Prowlers. As SK looks to enter the B site, Showstopper deployed. It's damage done, but no frag. Akita fighting for her life. Shorty round the corner. That's a nice adjustment from Rescue. Lisa's found the third. It's not without Amy trying to put her foot down in the site. And Mimi fighting her ground towards the back of B as well. 2 versus 2. Fluxy and Lisa versus Mimi and Vanya. Fluxy clearing the corner, instant headshot, all left in the hands of Vanya, looking to crush SK. 1 versus 2, but as she bears the corner, he is faced with bad news. 5 on the board for SK.
You can see towards the end of that round, Fluxy also picks up the Operator, so a free premium weapon for Jelena to work with. Though, let's slow down the attack of SK, at least in the initial openings. Possibly looking more towards mid to see any overextensions, jump peaks that G2 offer up. Akita will have enough funds to reinvest in one herself, but no shields available. Be careful of the utility and smoke spams.
There.
Door. 2 to pull 1. 2 of these players off of B to go sweeping. Close mid. Akita trained on the angle.
Might get the opportunity. Look at all 4 players moving in.
But the wall goes up. I thought that was Jelena's kill. It's Lisa. Finds the opener. A blind rescue. A dead one. Nightfall used. It's so much info. SK. Caught in transition, trying to head towards the A site. Player that isn't in and about the madness is towards A main, so they definitely wanted to end towards the A site. They'll be able to do so. Vanya aggressive. The ultimate punishment. Mimi bringing Akita back to her feet, however.
That's why I wanted to use the corpse for her own ultimate instead. Denies the opportunity, but gives up a kill. With numbers still relatively equal and Spike only just going down. SK not necessarily in the strongest of post plants. You can see Fluxy exploring into spawn. For G2 as a group of 3.
Trying basically Jelena to hit the shot. She does so. Burst frag is hers. The reposition being called. Reveal sent out. Further information gathered as it's just Akita left. 1 versus 3. Jelena finds everyone. 6-1 the score. SK now set the limit for anyone else.
It's a 3v3 retake. And yeah, it's Jelena that gets every single one, just consistently re-peeking, right? And you get the first. Okay, cool. Maybe you settle back into a little bit more comfy. You got the numbers. You got the post plant on your side. No, continues to peek. Readjust the position that they're re-peeking from. And before any of her teammates get an opportunity to get a kill on the way out, Jelena's picked up all 3 and putting down the pressure back onto G2. Low money. And again, Operator looking to get one in main.
Oh. Akita's got to be careful. Caught in the slow. Dead to right rescue. Flashing through, chasing the Prowler. Vanya using a smoke, trying to offer a gap between herself and certain death. Fluxy finds the 4th. This one fast-paced towards B. And SK pack a punch here on this execute.
Letting anything get started for the G2 side on the lower bite. I mean, this can start to run away with G2 on these Amoda Thrifties, but won't be afforded.
Destroyed. see you later. Amy inviting in the fight. She's been swarmed by every angle though. No opportunity for her to find more than just the one. SK 7 out of 8 here on the attack. It's damaging stuff here for G2 Ghost and Summit.
Player standing.
A lot of it. Obviously singing praises of Jelena on the operator in the post plants and in the entries, but Rescue having a whale of the time back on the Phoenix. Be the winning recipe for SK.
Welcome to my world.
Game bolstering this A main position. Your bodies. Then Jelena. Her ultimate now. The Nightfall in towards site. The door not broken down here. Akita prematurely moving towards the caves area though. The run it back of Rescue. Spotting the first line of defense. Gives them the all clear. The A site. Open for the taking.
Sadly, great ults for G2 in the retake, and for SK, a lot to delay the retake. Convergent paths, Fluxy's Cosmic Divide should it be needed, but they want to fight forward, it seems.
Aggressive maybe. Again, Barney is flash finding a few. The other side of this smoke walks in, perfect time, good damage. Only the one frag to show for it though. Lisa's double, leaving Mimi and Amy left with it all to do. And while they'll try and make progress into the site, Lisa has shown them the door in round number 9. 7 to the good, 8-1 the scoreline. I mean, to be honest with you, Summer, in my mind, coming into this map, I expected one-sided dominance. I didn't expect it to be this way round, however.
Especially given it's not necessarily the best track record for SK. Not only a couple of days ago we were talking about the loss, not even a couple of days ago, yesterday, their loss against Dental Mates. It's a 6-13 loss, and they got nothing done on the defense. It was 6-6 half of them on the attack, but right now, SK going above and beyond, not just against a team that are respectful on the map, but a team that have been dominant on it.
Second tactical pause used by G2. Arnia's words. Buck always says to us, play with your feelings. Feeling now, Summer, kind of has to be one of which that you need to win every round from here on out. Make it 8-4, turn the half, win a pistol, 8-6, win the bonus. So many conditions on leveling out the scoreline from this moment in time. I feel like that this might just be a mission completed by none. How impossible this seems right now.
I mean, the issue is you're walking into this, if the best you can get is a 4-8 half, and even coming into this round 10, not exactly equipped. Paper, at least, to make it a believable one. It's more of trying to minimize damage.
He's well timed. Rescue limited in her movement for the next few seconds. It allows Jelena though to take the lead. Has to back out. Problem is, Amy firing blind here, finding the first. Rescue. The divide actually saving her life, and Twy able to find Amy. Neural theft online as well. The flank for Akita could have been huge. One might be enough. Twy able to find another back, however. Slow through the wall for Mimi. It is all so back and forth. But a moment to breathe as we head into the 3 versus 3.
You say that, they want to fight forward, wall drops. Not necessarily looking to get the spike down, they're looking to thin the numbers of G2.
Down goes out, Mimi. Varnia will find both. That's the way G2 get back into things, clearly. And Omoda thrifty is how G2 jumpstart their recovery here on defense. Akita's flank, Varnia's double, all combined to be the best result for G2 since round 5.
Making us look silly and looking towards it being an eventual 9th for SK. Really only Sheriff for G2 a stinger or two to work with.
That's only the second Thrifty, I do believe, or third, excuse me, Thrifty we've seen this series, of which 2 completed by G2. It might even be number 4 and they have 3. I'm pretty certain it was 1 each on Haven. G2 have 1 on Split. Now, our 4th here on Summit, G2 love to work with the pistols. However, the rifles are a different story. While Vania finds the opener and Rescue sidelined, it's a Peter alongside the Omen. Been sent to the 3 versus 4.
Well, it's as if G2 a little bit more be managed when it's the rifles and they know what to expect. But will this be expected? A double walk down from G2. It's been held for.
Wow. It's such a devious play for G2, right? Trying to catch them in transition towards the B site. However, it's expected and punished. Lisa and Twy both with kills. And it is 9 on the board for SK. They get thrifty, they come back, and then they just smash through the G2 defense when they have rifles. It's bizarre.
The pattern's starting to form even when you're looking towards the timeline. 4 rounds for SK. A rebuttal for G2, but that's all it is, the lone round. Short. A 12th round of Summit would be great for G2 to pick up. SK looking to put themselves on double digits before the half ends. Lena still with the operator out, hoping to find a little over peak. G2 offer up.
Oh, maybe play with fire. There's the corner for information. He pays the ultimate price. Vania off angle here in top mid. Left unsupported, but she's able to find one and back away.
There. Again, playing with fire. Coattails spotted round the corner, so information for SK to work with, and a couple of ultimates as well. You're looking towards Lisa's Nightfall.
Used. Information on 1. From the shadows being invested.
Rattles.
Here in the A site. Twy has to bear back round the corner. Be careful. The boom bot never waiting patiently in the wings. Fluxy there to penalise. 3v4. SK still adamant on attacking this A site. Might have to call it quits soon. Little to no time for these rotations. They realise the only way is forward. It's a good start for Jelena. Akita gets one back. But Lisa here for the trade. 2 versus 2, 20 seconds. Time is of the essence. Fluxy makes her approach. Drive-bys Mimi in the heart of sight. And it's all left on Amy, of which her position now compromised as well. Nipping at the heels. The snake bite Lisa deleted as the smoke comes down. All on Fluxy, who will just about hold on. It is double digits SK after the first set of 12 Summer. Our most definitive halftime scoreline yet. And it's on G2's pick that SK gather an extensive lead in the first set of 12. Their attack looking strong. Little to no work needed on the defense. It could be a quick closure here on Summit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Play with the wrong gal pound, put when it put get back pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a cat being my pound. Pack it out, back it out, กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo, how about now, bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now, out. Be the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวกProblems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch.
Double digits SK. A moment to breathe for G2 Gozen, recognizing the mountain in front of them is an incredibly tall one to climb. 3 away from victory here on G2 selection of Summit. Really does feel like the teams have picked the wrong maps here, Summer, because so far the only thing we've seen is whoever's picked the map has ended up losing, and it might be that G2 continue this tradition in the third.
Especially if they can't break the pattern of not being able to get the pistols across the line. Something SK have been pretty consistent so far. 4 out of the 5s played. Opportunity now for GT to break it here. It's most needed.
Taps through the smoke, not going to be so much of a fail. Has to swing before the door closes in front of her and get the information, but not quite the kills. Rescue, wild flank, and it's already caught out Amy.
A bit of an upgrade as well in regards to weapons. Now with where SK are taken from, they know everyone has to be towards the site position. There's no sort of flank or backstab G2 can rely on. They have to fight their way forward, fight their way out of the situation.
So gather, Jelena, punishing Mimi. 3 on 5, spams come out from Rescue as well from the hip of the Sheriff. She'll find another, Lisa the 4th, Vania 1 versus 5, going for right clicks. Fluxy's missed everything as well. It's a comedic exit for Vania in round number 13. SK, a flawless start to their defensive side campaign. And even then, could be a very short one to be elected the winners here of Summit.
I can see how easy it was for SK to start that retake off the back of Rescue's flank kill. Just didn't give GT any space to work with. Picked off 1 by 1, and dire situations call for a force up in round 14 by GT. Expect something fast, expect it. Trying to run over the SK players. A lot of stingers available. Whether they can actually make it work.
Aggression from G2. Shoving the SK side into the B site. However, A will be under the microscope. Twy able to use the camera. There's an early warning system. The spam could be huge. Fluxy only for 1. Twy needs 2 at least if this round is to be safe and secure for SK. Instead, G2 not allow the defense to put this one under lock and key. Still plenty to talk about here in the post plant.
Especially with SK grouped and both Amy and Nikita on a wrap around.
Done by Jelena. 2 on 3 as the Outlaw connects. Time still ticking. Only closing in on the mark. It's got to be huge! Rescue 1v1. 17 points of health. Takes a tap of the spike. Needs to hit the instant shot on Nikita. It's only the shoulder and not the head. 7 points of health. G2 find a response and their third anti-eco.
Looking at awkward engagements between Spectres and Stingers in long range. A lifeline for G2, and SK left scratching their heads about how they've let that one slip.
SK back to the grindstone. With pistols in this round, however, so nothing much to work with.
They do have a lot of information towards A. Here. Looking at Jelena and Rescue. Already pushed out lobby, making their way into mid. A surprise, realistically, where G2 will be ending. It's just whether they can weather the storm. There's only pistols. Lots to be asked from the defenders, and these are not going to get an opportunity.
Oh, dangerous opportunity for Rescue. Kita blind, gets the heal from Mimi. Round turn in pear shape quite quickly. SK were looking for damage. Fly first in the feed.
Last player standing.
It is indeed the B site that bleeds blue. SK down to just Fluxy. 1 on 4. Round over.
With concealment.
Blue?
Yeah, they're blue. Defense.
Green?
I mean, okay. Bleeds green.
Yeah. Talking about me getting my colours mixed up yesterday.
It's like an
and you're
aqua.
getting it.
Right, I'll tell you what, if we ran a fan prediction right now and I said, is this aqua or is this green? I feel like I'm winning and
No,
you're
but you
losing.
said blue. You said blue. So I think
Blue,
it's more green than blue.
aqua is literally blue. It is a type of blue, Summer.
I still
Right,
think it's green.
Twitch
Anyway,
chat,
SK.
Twitch chat. No, this is my turn. Twitch chat, let me know. Is it blue or is it green? There we go. Now you can mention your point.
Actually, I want to see what the reply is. Okay, we got 3 greens. There you go.
Okay.
So, thank you. Thank you,
Well,
guys.
you're all wrong. You're all wrong.
We need to get your eyes checked, Ryan.
Yeah.
I called blue yellow yesterday, and you made fun of me for it. Now you're calling green blue. So maybe we both can't see colours. But what we're seeing right now is red in the last couple of rounds for G2. Success in 14 and 15. Now the second test against the full buy of SK. If they can make it 3 in a row.
Okay, do you know what? I stand corrected. I'll join the green train. Fine. Bleeds green. I've you know, I strike that from the record. Speaking of which, this is a round that SK probably wants stricken from the record as well. 3 on 5. 2 immediate casualties. G2 making their approach towards A. Loud and proud. Got to be careful because there are still defenders waiting. Twice. Pickling a couple of these HP bars. Varnia sub 80. Ever taking a bit of damage as well. Jelena looking for the lineup, but this is now a 3 on 3.
Ever almost matching Twy in HP. Akita wants to play forward.
Done, Jelena. Oh, she's found 3 in the round. All on Amy. Spotted. 2 players left, both low in HP. Twy at 11. Fluxy does have HP to work with. Time as well, plenty of it. SK can use this opportunity to route out where this last attacker lies. Amy finds one. Fluxy looking to swing and she'll punish. Time for the defuse as well. It is map point SK Nebula.
A good start for G2 in the round. It's a double kill untraded, but SK finding crumbs, morsels. 9 an easy cross for both Twy and Jelena. Angles and yes, this double kill pushing out further. He puts the best foot forward, buying so much time with a snake bite. Getting the first, but second, just too much to ask for. And now,
this is a nice spot.
Talk about too much. It's A on the trot. That will be required for G2 goes in just to push it into overtime. And SK already thinking about sunset.
Well, 8 in a row required, Summer. Your sentiment is basically there. It feels like a near impossible task. It goes into accomplish. Rescue. Careful. Early damage, but healed up quite nicely. The opportunity as well. Prowler sent round. The Virgin pass to clear out all of this control. Great info gather here for SK because now they know that there's no immediate pressure. Attention now maybe turn towards mid. Jelena trying to hold the angle. Smoked off.
Let's go ahead.
Push through. I mean, that is reckless from Jelena. Paid the ultimate price. Really don't see past the first player there. There was no info off the back of it.
And spotting a player with their own eyes. Not necessarily what it... There was a whole entourage.
30 seconds left.
Run it back for Rescue, so it's almost as if it's a 5 versus 5, but Ever there to shut down Rescue. Flash round the corner, needing support. Lisa can't find anything either. Fluxy and Twy, 2 on 5. They realise we've got rounds in hand. We've got plenty of time to close this one out. No point being reckless with our weapons just yet.
Yeah, Twy might heading towards mid to pick up a weapon off of Jalena's corpse, rather than saving a Guardian into the next. Expected to slink her away as soon as it's secured. And for G2, securing the first of the 8 required. Dominant fashion, it's fair to say. Decisive out on towards B. Weathering the storm of both Jalena and Rescue's ultimates. Beth on the board. Having similar treatment to what they've been giving out in the last couple of matches they've had on this. Taste of their own medicine when it comes to Summit. I will say though, when we're looking at the wins that G2 were able to get, it was very lopsided on the scoreboard. When we're looking at this scoreline for SK, not much in it, right? There's 3 kills from the player at the bottom of the leaderboard to the one at the top, the difference between Jalena and Twi, which makes it ever more deadly for G2 to deal with. It's not necessarily one player having a whale of a time that you have to shut down. It's every single SK Nebula defender able to put up numbers.
Great calls. SK, interestingly enough, despite putting themselves on that point a couple of rounds ago, immediately realised G2 got one. Don't want to afford any mobility for G2 into this map. No chance at a comeback. They just want to basically bleed the momentum that G2 may have gathered. Spend a minute just discussing how they want to close out this map. Got 8 attempts at finding one.
Scary stat line if you're a G2 fan, and although it's an SK timeout, G2 will have an opportunity to have the coaches on the line. A river check and call. And a neutral path to B main via mid. There's no pushes from SK, no Jalena's walking about. The rest of she's been towards mid. They had another group up for G2 outside B main. Fluxy, still a defender right now, but these are within supportive distance.
Funny a core. Amy able to find the opening frag. Fluxy needing so much from backside. It's nearly everything. Mimi brings Amy back to life, however, so Fluxy's work unwoven. Rescue down the drop, trying to hit the right click to Kita low. Just about staying alive.
But too close for comfort there. But let's have her opportunity to finish the kill.
Great. I mean, it's not the most impossible of tasks here for SK. Problem is Jalena on the Bucky and Twi low HP. Yes, they have neural theft. The Bucky's move forward, bit of damage. 1 for 1. I don't think it's going to cut it here. Jalena needs everything, runs out of ammunition, having fought Amy. And so it's a free kill for Mimi. 6 on the board for G2.
Peter thanking her lucky stars, she was able to adjust in time. But for G2, like we said, it's another round on the board, but still 6 to the deficit. A lot of work to build back up, and for SK, that was a half buy. Had pistols coming into that, and now with the full buy out for them, the first real test for G2 to measure up if a comeback is truly possible.
Here.
The one caveat to this investment is that Fluxy is on the Guardian, so 4 premium rifles and automatic. Akita, good first frag. Lisa's swinging through the smoke. Well worked to find the first. Oh, Lisa! You can't do that to G2 Gozen! It's a ludicrous way to end map 3. SK find 13. That is insane from Lisa.
It has to be studied, her impact, not only in general on this SK side, but in the final 3 rounds of every game, it seems it's consistently Lisa stepping up with the multi-kills, whether it's winning both rounds in OT on the first map or even in this, just absolutely shutting G2 down on the door.
The Akita 14 and 16 topping the sheets for G2, outclassed by, honest, the entirety of SK. Not a single player ending with a negative KD. Really well worked for SK, and having a look at the wider picture, surprising that this game ends this way, Summer, considering the first kills, the thrifties. The only thing SK really had going for them, the post-plant conversion. 10 out of 10, but even then, you know, a lot of these rounds that SK are finding, it's 5 technically, that they've gone first kill down and managed to recover.
A lot of it being off the back of multi-kills and heroic plays. So for SK, possibly doubted, not only by us, but others coming into this, of it being a map that G2 are heavily favoured on with recent history and facing their first loss. And SK, happy to be taking the lead. Yes, it's a best of 5, but a map up and 1 map away of being able to book yourselves into the Istanbul Grand Finals. You have to be feeling the confidence of the SK players heading into Sunset, which is going to be their map pick.
Yeah, as you say, for SK, you now head on to your selection of this series, a back and forth. It's been a joy to watch, but for G2, the pressure is well and truly on. Down 2-1 in this series, and SK Nebula find themselves 13 rounds away on their pick of the series to see if they're able to take things home 3-1. And look, Summer, I've got to throw it out there, right, for G2. They now need to map trade again. They then need to head into a 5th map. They need to recover there. It is a tall order for G2 Gozen, but if there is a team that have had their mettle tested in this Stage 3 playoffs, it would be them. So don't hold your breath if you're an SK fan. We're back after this with our 4th map.
Red Bull gives you wings.
One punch, one day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world shark. You just catfish. Kevin said, Pamela Quanjic, somewhere from the competition. For love, cause I'm the best, bruh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, punch, man. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want. Who are you? Tell me your secrets and let's talk about it. I know what you need. Come on, let me show you, babe. Let us dream about it. Your hands would feel so good on me. I'm falling for their fantasy. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want.
Welcome back in, ladies and gents. Another short break for us, Summer, but it is SK that are currently up for grabs on going to Istanbul. 2 maps up to 1 up in this series. And now for G2 Gozum, well, they need the next 2 if they want to be taking those plane tickets away from the SK Gaming side.
Yeah, and as we're heading into the 4th map, you talk about the pattern that's already started. Not only is it map for map, but it's a trade of map picks, and heading into Sunset, SK is hoping to break the pattern and be able to end this best of 5 here and now. But for G2, definitely all full focus on towards Sunset and being able to force out Ascent.
Yes, I do believe as well the updated predictions for us, Summer. We're having a little chat. You know, both of us technically still in the runnings. I know that we're both on SK's side, and Twitch chat, you voted before the game and you certainly weren't. So maybe some of your predictions at home already gone. But as you can see, down goes like half the talent pool. Down they go. Look, the only people left alive, right? Charlotte and Melante, both looking for the reverse sweep to happen for me and Veggie. We expect this to go the distance for you, however. Oh, and Zach, sorry, is also hoping for the reverse sweep. For you, however, Summer, the only person left alive, and at least for your prediction's sake, you're hoping that SK can end it here on Sunset.
I mean, if they would, I'd be the only one who would have predicted SK in 3-1, and then I would look so smart in regards to the production staff and the casters of this stage. But obviously, for me, I'm just happy that it's going to be bangers of a game, because we've had everything. We've had a really close map 1, we've had a trade of map 2, and then even looking towards the map that we've just seen, it's been a complete flip of what we were expecting coming into it, and obviously SK taking that in a dominant fashion and really upsetting the G2 party. And going into this 4th map, I don't think there's going to be anything we haven't necessarily seen before, but there's going to be everything included. Clutches, thrifties, possibly even an ace, because we've been ever so close, with Lisa just being 1 away in the very last round of the previous. And yeah, I think that might be the situation of SK right now, scaring the G2 goes inside and fans. But
yeah, I don't know. Production's having way too much fun with this, man. I need to tear the green screen down at some point. It's ridiculous. Look, we head into Agent Select, of course, Summer, our 4th map. It is Sunset. It is G2's life on the line. Of course, the repercussions of winning this series is getting to go to Istanbul, playing that finals. Both teams having already qualified for Sao Paulo. You know, the ultimate goal of Game Changers EMEA is to make it within the top 3. Both teams have done that. This is, of course, just kind of like the icing on the cake, effectively, welcoming 2 teams, one of which will be joining Gentlemates in that LAN final.
On a map, SK Nebula were beginning on the attack and looking towards the agents. Rezki back on towards the D list. This time though, Julina's not going to be joining her. Instead picks up the mantle of the chamber, and it's a double sentinel setup for SK, and similar conversation for G2, but instead of the Cypher, they have Mimi on the stage, which hoping gonna have a little bit better of a performance than we saw on the previous time goes in. We're running on Sunset, but Amy was a player to look out for there. Repeat performances and improvements possibly on individuals to be made.
I mean, just having a quick flick through the previous series, of course, not tested in the lower bracket run between the Habos Babos and the Focus Sakura against Sunset for G2. So at least it's been a while, I say a while, comparatively to how quick this playoff bracket moves. They'll have to dust this one off and get into business. For SK Nebula, I feel like almost at this point it's been a little bit synonymous with them. You know, they've always been throwing in sunsets into their map pool, you know, trying to play it in the vetoes and things like that, whether that's their pick or the decider. Teams love to challenge the SK Nebula side. However, it is G2 Gozen that will need to take this one head on. Topple the task of SK Nebula's sunset if they want to stay alive in this best of 5. Their life on the line in terms of going to Istanbul. And well, for SK, 13 rounds away from hopping on a plane to play the LAN final.
So we head into the very first round. Have a look to see what SK want to approach. It's the pistol with, again, something that they've been ever so consistent. It's been something that's put G2 Gozen on the back foot time and time again across all 3 maps that we've seen so far. To be the difference maker. There's the 3 players stacked up towards mid, Akita, Mimi and Vanya. Might be a welcome party from SK.
You taking the jump spot. Akita aggressive in mid and going to be punished. And with the smoke being deployed before the fights happen, Summer, Desert Island is where Akita is left on. Chance at a trade for G2 Gozen. Have to work this one from the 4 versus 5. Jelena slightly tagged up as well, however. So it's not all bleak right now for the defense.
Not necessarily expecting Jelena to be the entry force, more of a thorn in their side. Trying to cut off rotates towards mid. You can see her spamming down the door. Just a classic. It'll take some time, but it will eventually fall.
Start flying out, requiring Eva to step up massively. Unfortunately, Rescue there to tip the scales further in favour. It's such a wide swing from Rescue. Mimi and Amy had something to say about it. It's now just the chamber. Amy left alive, but 1 versus 2. Manageable numbers for her.
Possibly an opportunity to isolate as Fluxy goes wandering into spawn. It is planted for Boba, so at least some security there. These are going to be the first line of defense. Amy unsure of the post-plant positions. An easy pickup, an easy triple. For Lisa. And again, another pistol for SK. We get to a point where, in between maps, how much effort should be focused on G2 and being able to get this pistol, because majority of the maps, if not all the maps that we've seen, it's been a 4-0 lead for SK off the back of a pistol and bonus conversions, and it puts G2 on the back foot immediately.
Cage triggered.
Another pistol to their name, and subsequently G2 their wounds in a round that they can't invest much into. Couple brought into the head. Hunter round the corner. Ooh. Jelena pinpoint with the Marshall. Easy to get the spike down. This round already turning sour. G2, we know what their second rounds consist of when they lose. Pistol, it is just wait for the spike to go off. Don't feed the SK side anymore. Already have been. So for Mimi, Akita and Amy, it's about saving, waiting for time to expire, dying to the spike, and moving into the next with the thought of rifles in mind.
You wouldn't necessarily even hate someone like Ty going hunting. SK decide to exit as a team. Take not one lick of damage in the second. That's going to be a boost, not only to their money, but not having to reinvest into shields, into weapons. But we've always seen an incredibly dangerous buy on round 3. Extra investments into bonus rifles, and yeah, look at this. They even dropped the Marshall. It's 4 rifles out, Ryan, and 1 Guardian. This is toe-to-toe with the buy that G2 are bringing in.
ridiculous investment for SK. I mean, if you drew sort of covered over the finances behind each team and you were like, you know, which team's on the bonus? Near inseparable. Akita, relentless aggression to find Jelena. You to tap away at the chamber has set and indeed finding a kill as well. Summer 4 versus 4.
Rescues in spawn, and sure, G2 are aware of it, but how do you respond, especially when Flux is fighting on the front lines? Have his kill at least relieve some pressure. Make it double.
Ever. Confidence beaming. Tapping away, Mimi will eventually fall. Rescue still chipping away at this defense. Got to be careful as the Haunt not broke. 2 rounds left in the Vandal. Tries the one tap. Look, we've all been there. He's not going to find the mark, and actually Satchel forcing Ever into the open. Twy able to get the kill off the back of it. 2 on 2, both players low. Rescue should be dead to rights. SK keeping the bonus interesting, however. 3 casualties on the side of G2 Gozen before concluding this round in their name.
It's not only the 3 casualties, but for SK just completely causing chaos. Rescue finds a way into spawn and he's flanking on towards mid, but a real semblance of control from either team. A very uneasy 3rd round, but G2 finally weather the storm. May result in a timeout not being required after round 4, Ryan.
Today it's at least a recovery after losing the pistol. 2 wanting to back early, and they have done so. Investment in this round, despite having won the last though, Summer, is a bit confusing because of the amount of damage done in the last. Have a look at the weapons that they're able to bring in. Akita's on a Judge, double Guardian as well. Shape, and for SK, well, needed their bonus. So much damage. By these Guardians and Phantoms with ease. Early swing from Twy towards mid. Information at least. Frag, no damage.
Replaces Amy's trip with a trip of her own. Mimi under pressure.
You, showstopper immediately should know. It's a second layer of defense here on the site. Varnia dead to rights as Rescue finds it eventually from the grave. Ever there to try and stop the push that SK applying towards this B site. It does not falter the spike. And more importantly, the numbers still very good for SK. Fluxy finding Ever. Amy 1 versus 4. Her position compromised by the Owl drone. And Lisa there to chase her down. 3-1. G2 avoid losing to the bonus. But when the rifles come back out, it's SK's round to win.
Even seeing engagement from Mimi though, the ramifications of how costly the bonus was. Guardian not necessarily the most ideal weapon for that fight. You put a Vandal or a Phantom in her hands, might have gone differently. All the little things coming back to be a benefit to SK. With money low again for G2. Wanting to go aggressive.
Oh, Trelina. Able to get out as well. Punished early is Akita. Rescue. No bother being in the slow warp. It's so quick. Lightning fast again from Rescue. We're clearing all the angles. She just doesn't miss right now, I'm convinced. Rescue. Immovable object right now. E2's ex-teammate. It's a Haunt as she finds a 3rd as well. Amy alone, 1 versus 5.
Spike planted.
One's over.
How costly can Amy make it on the way out? The answer is absolutely nothing. Rescue, obviously the driving force for that round. So she can't miss. Almost magnets on the bullets to the heads of the G2 players. It is a low bite. But for SK, starting to build the rounds, starting to build the lead. Don't worry. G2.
Pressure early yet again. Akita sliding into action on A main. Hungry for the openers. That's a nice adjustment. And Jelena gifting a second for G2.
Did he?
Oh! Amy's just anticipating it clearly. Thought, as you say, the gun barrel was definitely somewhat.
Sorry?
Yeah, I guess on show. Visible. See Vanya, who overextends from the elbow position. And then 2 versus 4. Vanya's death does not change the bleakness of this round for SK.
Teleport's ready.
Round looking lost. Amy, good adjustment. Spike dropped as well. Fluxy 1 versus 4.
Nice adjustment.
Crisp. Needing more. Tries to hit the second flick ever. Wider than anticipated for Fluxy's liking. Second on the defense for G2 goes in. One a little more convincing, Summer. I like the play. Sees into this like triple swing effectively. Akita taking the wide swing off the back of it, so they kind of counter the SK wide swing, and then off the back of it, they kind of know there's only this really short, narrow pathway that they could be. Akita holds mouse 1. Jelena jumps right into it.
That's something for the side of SK. They've been able to realistically avoid majority of that util dump, with Jelena taking first contact and TPing back out. But it's the second wave of aggression that SK falter at.
Done. Nikita laboured against Fluxy, eventually finds the mark. Find one of these SK players. Twing out for Jelena ever. Instant punishment. Jump spot, Akita waiting in the wings. Ever, Mimi, they're all on the B side, it feels like, as SK walk in. Well worked out for G2's third. The gap reduced to 1 for SK. Longer in child's play, no longer restricted to just these pistols. It is once again, of which Jelena bringing out the operator.
Matched by Amy's. Starting to see eventually if we ever get the head-to-head between the two chambers, specifically when they have the operators or tool to force out. Change up in initial aggression, SK poking and prodding towards B. Enough players, and with the smoke dropped, it's further utility out.
Yeah. Unlucky Vanya.
Nice little bait. You pop the wall. Maybe they don't necessarily hard clear. Don't even have to hard clear that. Spam the box. Both these players in the corner. Gotta be careful. Well placed nade. Rescue could be the undoing.
Movement. Takes the timing well. Able to cross. Hunter's Fury now deployed. The question is, where did that all go? Did Fluxy stick it? If so, where is she? That is a disgusting shot from Amy. There goes the showstopper. Akita swings out off the back of the Fade ultimate and just plows through SK in B main. Collects a hat-trick. Better news for G2. I'm loving this proactiveness. I mean, it was unlucky from Vanya to start the round, but as soon as G2 had SK boxed in, immediate reaction, Nightfall burn, Akita pops her ult, and they just slammed through this SK side that were looking to make their approach towards B.
And with Ever's flank as well coming through, popping the Nightfall, it also freed up Amy to be in that backside position early on before the sight hit eventually comes out. plucking Rescue from the air with a showstopper, because eventually we could see the trajectory. Rescue was going to hard clear Akita in that corner, likely a showstopper go out. Sure, even if it's a 1-for-1 trade, that's another player of G2 down for the count, and then SQ would still have the advantage going forward based off that first initial pick. But the rotates being freed up from Ever's flank, on top of then also the ultimate going through, enabling Akita for those easy pickups in main. Can understand why the tactical break comes out now for SK.
Ping that continue this way. G2 picking up a bit of momentum. The last 3 rounds have gone their way. Attention to round number 9. Okay, that take the half-by approach. Fully committing to a round where they can't support themselves with everything. Trying to double satchel early. Spot instead is pressure from G2 towards main. Varnia! Oh, Varnia! Clean shot on the 3rd. Could be looking for 4 as well. Eventually, it will be an end to her madness. Rescue removes 1 threat. Repurposed by Mimi. 3 swings, able to find G2's 5th. They are in front now, Summer, in this series.
Sometimes you just forget, maybe not necessarily forget, but you're just violently reminded how crisp some of these players are and what they can pull out the hat when it's required. Triple for Varnia, and a flashy one at that. No conversion for SK on the timeout, but now this is the round with the investment.
Oh, Jelena. Whisker away from finding Amy. Still pressing the issue here, trying to deny SK of the approach. That is nice movement from Rescue. 1 satchel, flung herself into the fight, trying to get round the corner and do the same thing, but well-timed wall from Mimi, halting that aggression.
Also an ultimate from Varnia. TP's in, but with a neural theft, Twy has all the information. That B is a completely empty site. Sure, Akita will beat them there on the rotate, but with a cut-off through mid, sole defender, Akita, a lot to do, a lot of time to be bought.
Right time could have resulted in a kill. Fluxy in mid, caught out. He tried to swing for information the moment G2 go checking Akita. 1 might be enough here in the post plant, 3 on 3. He's given a second chance at it. Mimi swings just at the perfect time, taking the attention away. And now it's all on Jelena, 1 versus 3. A wild flank taken by the chamber, the spike planted for main. That is the biggest concern. Spotted out. Oh my word, that is way too close. And Varnia will stick it. 6 on the board for G2 Gozen.
I was holding your breath after that shot. What could have been with the headhunter? The great punish on towards Amy at the beginning, and even with the neural theft. Enough disruption from Akita as they flood in towards that B side that there's no post-plant positioning, get picked off 1 by 1. No sense of comfort for the SK side. It's a similar tale going into round 11. Sure, they still have money, they have the loss bonus, but falling flat till this half. Ooh.
Yet again, Rescue, but it might mean that Mimi is left unchecked. Try and sweep, it's Akita dead as well. Mimi trying to walk in, take the timing, and that's the spike dropped.
Spike down.
It is some condolence for the earlier frags that E2 had been punished for, but even then, SK still with the numbers.
But now they have information that 2 were leaning over towards this B site. Sure, we can see Varnia TPing back towards 8. But SK Numbers advantage and an opportunity to isolate a player as they shift their attention to A. Vanya hears this, so the rotations are on their way, but they're not going to make it in time at all.
Oh, Vanya, the discipline! It's beautiful again as G2 unravel all of the layers of this play. Twice just found 2 though. Hold on a second. Vanya's discipline now needs to turn into Vanya's clutch. A 1 versus 1. To hold on to any semblance of hope that G2 can close this half in spectacular fashion, and that she will. 7 on the board for G2 Gozen. Vanya plays disciplined, rewarded with a double. Still needing to step up further though. And she will deliver good news for Gozen.
Assumptions being made by the SK side, and Paranoia perfect. Contours Twine, it's the reposition up, going unheard. Catches Twi off guard, and last round of the half, G2 posturing themselves up for a 7-round streak.
Main start to have Showstopper deployed, rescue seen, firing away. Oh my god, this might catch everyone, but Mimi is just in the middle of sight. Finally cut off, but she's already been dealt way too much. 3 for the price of 1, a bargain for G2 Gozen. Rescue and Lisa 2 versus 4. The judge tries to push through, and G2 keep things tidy. 8-4 at the half. G2, spectacular fashion. 7 in a row, as you say, Summer. It's all to play for as we head into this second half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Give me that something that all the girls want.
We welcome you into a second half, of which, picked by SK, of which, currently leading G2. It has been the theme of this series so far, Summer. For G2, they cannot afford to break this curse, because it would mean Istanbul will be played without G2 in the server.
Thing seemingly is a consistent in this series, though. The SK Nebula and Pistol wins. Great boost to closing the round gap early, but for G2, perfect time to break their curse. Spotted, Amy. Not necessarily any alarm bells ringing just yet for the SK side.
Required to adjust on a sliding Akita. The case and deciding they're fighting short, wanting to towards spawn. Nicely placed trip, but to approach from the wrong side. It's Mimi who's just found 2. Akita with the 3rd. The pistol looks like it's going to be going the way of G2. A 4-on-2 retake. A grueling one.
Hoping to get an opportunity, something offered up. Lexi Timmy's through the gap.
Last player standing.
Dead. Akita finding it. Jelena 1-on-3. Delta first. It's Mimi that just keeps Ever alive forever. Healing mid engagement. She had more HP than when she started the fight with. It was pretty nuts. Rating 1 for Jelena. Around 1 extra kill. G2 5 to the good 9 for the scoreline. Summer. It feels like map 3 is becoming more of a necessity.
Map 5 even, Ryan. It's the best of 5 territory. We've already done 3.
Say 4?
No, you said 3.
Oh.
Lost in the sauce.
Sorry,
We're
yeah,
on map
our
4.
5th map. I'm losing my marbles here. A great game though. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Winning game changes EMEA. We knew this series would be fireworks. G2 wanted to take it the distance. Akita, Vania both with kills. SK have found 3 as well. However, Amy, to bring normality to this one, Jelena heard sprinting on the flank. It turned pear-shaped just for a few moments there. G2 strive for double digits, however.
Yeah, massive turnaround from the G2 side, being 1-4 down. Now 10-4 up. Sprinkled in there were a couple of timeouts from Drew and from the SK camp. But seemingly it's only G2 that have been able to convert off the back of them. Costly second round. Only 2 real rifles for G2 to speak of, but one of them is fighting forward in A main.
Back up. Her life invaluable. Takes the re-swing. Punish. Cute. Oh my word! Mimi just blasts Rescue out of the air. Fires only 1. A second kill for Akita this round. It's starting to go the way of G2. Is this really going to be a bonus conversion? Mimi's got her ultimate in our 3rd round of the second half. Eventually Akita will fall. Like to go down the Aldrone blind. Anya trying to spam through the wall. The concrete too thick for the bandit to get through. But even then, it's important information. Fluxy and Lisa have to act as a duo here in this retake. Paranoia sent forward. Introduction into this round may be. Never to show Lisa the door. While Fluxy, we know that she can win a clutch in her own right. This one seems a step too far. Finding a first and nearly. The wall catching a second, but Eva will hold the angle. The bonus is converted as well. G2 up to 11.
Mimi really embodying the mother hen mentality in this round. Walling off players, ushering them into sight, getting her own kills in the mix of it, getting the res off, getting the heal off, and doing a lot for the G2 side. And it does lead to an ever so important bonus conversion and continues the streak of rounds. Now it's pressure on SK. Second timeout, final one for the Nebula side utilised here, and now knowing something has to change, backs up against the wall. Lovely Akita quote. Makes us unique as a team is that we have the best player on each role, and I think that encapsulates the ideology of G2 going forward, in the sense of they're building around experienced players. They tend to have that one-star duelist, but now Akita, not only the star duelist, but look at her stats across the entire playoff stage. Number 1 for majority of it. I think it's fair to say, if like you guess a stat, Akita will be topping it.
They're using their second tack timeout. Desperate times call for desperate measures. If they want to close this one in regulation, it has to be done. A faultless approach. Fortunately for Fluxy, life short in round number 16. The outlaw of Amy. Presenting more problems. Why on the Guardian? Nearly finding another. The line up close. Vania, oh, just tap it away, and all three in top mid. It is lightning quick. It is map point G2, a fifth almost now required.
Said VC in prime position to force an Ascent appearance in this lower finals, force it to map 5, and honestly, Sunset's been a little bit of a revenge matchup for G2, who's from the Summit game. But Lisa and Fluxy have something to say about it. Through the smoke, Fluxy picks up Eva. No resurrection online. It has to be 3 players played on.
Baited in. Done. Vania for the orb. Anticipating that ResQ was going to swing at one point or another. It's so late from ResQ. Unexpected. Maybe. Amy. Well, back. It is a 2-on-4 that me and her partner are going to have to work from. They are getting away with a lot of crime right now, Summer. It is now down to the 2 versus 2.
Amy has recently used her heal, so there's a conversation of how much time do you wait for that to come back online before you make the site hit. There is time available, but with the neural theft, you have no element of surprise. It's not down.
Nice from Fluxy. Quick adjustment. Say the neural theft derailing this one. It is so gross that ResQ is swinging that late. Like, it's so out of time when the orb was tapped. Like 3 or 4 seconds after it gets taken. The beauty of that is it is a very surprising swing.
And it's also with losing those 2 players early on in mid, you don't necessarily have anyone to watch that for that swing. You have to put your eggs into a basket, and that was for Mimi to be making her way in towards elbow. Hopefully bolstered up by the Vanya Paranoia. Unfortunately, wasn't afforded the opportunity. Hunter's Fury early on, disrupting any sort of early aggression from G2 in A main. That does funnel them straight through mid.
Eats up. Reluctant to think about utility. Her ultimate. 2 big damage. It's ResQ and Toy that are spotted. Done in the kills department. It's only her blind in this round, where the chamber is as well. So
you want to play? Let's play.
Who knows in terms of SK, the gamble and the amount of players and where. Like tapped. A bit of movement from SK, but a patient game still being played. Another tap. Still no movement from this defense.
You have to be careful. The reveals coming up online for G2.
Done. Oh, and another tap. It will be penalised. Vanya looking for damage. Vanya.
No spike.
No spike, as you say. 30 seconds left. SK.
30 seconds left.
Look at this. Maybe they believed that the spike indeed was picked up. It's going to require Twy to go and check. Now, with both players sticking about, have to know. And then Vanya, there's no way. There is no way she's going to do this. 4 in the round already. Smoke on top of the spike. Tapping it. 6 seconds, Vanya. That is one hell of a way to close map 4. G2 take 13. And Vanya shows a moment of excellency.
One enemy remaining.
Incredible from the controller player. We were highlighting her at the very beginning of this series, and even looking towards this map in particular. Eva had a 1v5 just the other day on this map. There's something in the G2 Goes in blood and Sunset and 1vx aces that really needs to be studied, because what have we just watched, Ryan?
That is disgusting from Vanya, and she single-handedly closes out Sunset, takes us to the decider. 281 ACS, 20 and 11. I don't hide it here, Summer. I'm a massive Vanya fan. I've said it all along. I think her actions that she's able to perform for G2 Gozen in this role, it's incredible. And time again, she proves exactly why. G2 Gozen tie the series 2-2. Vanya the MVP of the map, and we move to our decider of ascent to see who will be going to Istanbul.
You have a quick look at the team performance here. Not as if SK were out of the conversation entirely. 10 First Bloods leading there, double to what they were actually able to convert, and for G2, as much as they were fighting off the back foot, after the Drew timeout at 1-4, it was an incredible run of rounds that they were able to convert. It was only starting to doubt right towards the end when SK were finally able to break the curse, get that 5th online, and then you make a conversation of, oh, the round that Vanya just did should have gone their way, but it's the individual prowess for G2 players.
And I know I'm really quick to comment on when the first kills go one way but the scoreline goes the other. I don't even think this was a case of SK doing ill-doing when they have the advantages, right? It just felt like every round G2, 4v5, 3v5, they had a way to win, and they just managed to cut out Sunset completely from SK's pick. I mean, look at this. Pick by G2, won by SK. Pick by SK, won by G2. Clearly, it didn't really matter who picked what order we were doing things in. It was always going to go the distance. Ascent our decider, of course, to see who will be heading to Istanbul and who will be watching on from home. The lower bracket final summer really is putting on a performance. And for G2 and SK, it's almost fitting that the last time that we were here in this exact same position, it did go 5 maps, and we will be doing the same again. A short break before we head into the action on Ascent, of course. A little bit of time for both teams to reclaim composure to see who can battle it out for their slot on the plane.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sometimes don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. It's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Come on. We can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. No, I'm trying to control myself. We can't control the world. But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better spacing. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. We can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. We can't control the world.
Welcome back, everyone. It is almost fitting that we find ourselves in the 5th and final summer. We know that these two teams love going toe-to-toe in this series. Best of 5s, best of 3s, they always produce bangers. And of course, it is the lower bracket finals. Only one team can make Istanbul. And if you're only just joining us, you've missed a whirlwind of a time, but you join us at the most important point. It is Ascent, a decider between these two to see who will qualify for the LAN finals and who will not.
The only question is will the pattern continue? Looking towards this, the trade back and forth now. With things ramping up between both teams, it started off as an incredibly close 14-12 overtime on Haven, but gradually it's starting to get a lot more one-sided. Obviously, the recent victory heavily in favour of G2 on Sunset, and heading into Ascent, something that they are again confident on. Sure, you've had a couple of blips against 4 duelists, but it's how we saw them qualify in towards this lower final matchup yesterday in their matchup against Focus Sakura. So definitely history on this map for G2.
We're giving you the opportunity to change your mind. If you joined us from the start, it was G2 at like 80%, SK at 20. Look, we don't see the names, we just see the percentage, all right? So if you were a G2 fan before or maybe been convinced by SK or the other way round, let us know in the chat. Type SK or G2 and we'll see the number change as we blab on for a second here, Summer. Look, I think if you are a neutralist and enjoyer of Valorant and you don't really want to be picking sides, I think you've already been spoiled for choice in this series, right? Like, you've had an insanely close first map, this back and forth saga. There's so much to talk about and sort of digest over the 4 maps played. Effectively though, in the nicest way possible, none of that matters, because whatever's happened in the past is done. You are now here on the decider, and that is all that's in front of you in Istanbul.
And you're live reporting from Ascent, which is going to be that 5th and final map. And my thing is, when you're talking about it being almost poetic that it is ending up on this 5th and final map, when we look back to the only time this year we've had SK take a victory over G2 Gozen was in the best of 5 lower finals of Split 2, which obviously they then went on to beat Gentamates in the grand finals. But it's sort of that history in the best of 5 starting to swing in favor of the SK side that might put G2 on the back foot, and we can see the percentages coming through here. It's a little bit more in favor of SK, Ryan, than it was originally.
Yeah, I've got to say, I was just having a quick look at the Twitch chat to see what people were saying and see how the number goes. It is a wall of G2, and every now and again there's a couple of SKs scattered about. 70-30 still, Summer, so the belief in the G2 Gozen dream from the lower bracket is still very much alive for those viewing at home. Of course, we've got to focus on what's in front of us though. Ascent are decided. We head into Agent Select for the last time here, Summer. It is SK Nebula starting on the defense, G2 Gozen on the attack. An all-out war comes down to simply this.
No changes for the Gozen side, sticking to what's been successful for them, and it's the same for Nebula. The SK side's only 1 rep on this so far in this split, and it was against the Alternate Attacks Ruby sides. Yes, it was a victory, but a hard-fought one at that. So looking towards the matchups between these two teams, SK going for the default comp, bread and butter, the more classic, and G2 Gozen switching things up with the Neon and Phoenix double duelists we've known to come and love.
Yeah, and just as a reminder for those at home maybe that weren't here for stage 2, this lower final in the previous stage went all 5 maps. It was the exact same saga, SK G2, SK G2. Ascent was our final map between these two teams, Summer, of which it went 13-9. So SK were taking it home there. If that's going to sway your mind, fair enough. If it doesn't, and the belief is still there for G2, then all respect to you. It comes down to the 10 players in front of us, though, to see how this one goes. History haunting the side of G2 Gozen the last time they played SK in this best of 5. It came down to this very map.
And it's not even just down to the map, right? You're looking towards what actually happened there. It was an 11-1/2 for SK in the beginning of the 5th and final map. Now, the pressure is on towards G2. Sights on the grand finals. The LAN in Istanbul. We're heading towards the 5th and final map of this lower finals. It is G2 Gozen versus SK Nebula.
Fought a war through the lower bracket. Some of EMEA's toughest of challengers. Game changers circuit. Boss Babos, Focus Sakura, and looking to cross SK Nebula's name off that list as well. We head into this decider. Two have won 4 out of the 5 times they faced SK this year. The only defeat, may I add, was in the BO5 in stage 2. Ended very much so here on Ascent. Hoping that G2 can rewrite history. Time to get excited, people. This is it. SK starting on the defense. G2, no time to waste here on the attack. Paranoia goes through. Plenty of bodies trying to swarm the site. Leads a good start. Vania finding Fluxy. However, the spike is dropped close to the door.
I don't think it's necessarily being closed yet, and with the trip still up, layers for SK to work through. Vania attempting to close the door, but SK don't want to give any space. They're already out in heaven.
Fight on all fronts, Amy. One from Tree. Now they have to swarm the site themselves. Ever's done a great job in delaying, but the problem is, has it stopped the force of SK arriving through the heavens? The spike's still yet to be picked up, and Rescue will gain that knowledge quite quickly. The double swing, both kills come in for SK. It is G2 that concede in the first pistol.
Almost like clockwork. We open up yet another map with an SK pistol win. With no spike plant, we're not going to see any shenanigans from G2 this time. No stingers, no full spy in. So for SK, a little bit more of an investment than they usually make. Normally it's just the 2 premium rifles and a Marshall. Not wanting to risk anything. Final map.
Go, go, go.
Ultimate test here as 4 bodies just appear in front of her. Jelena tagged up, trying to create some space here and keep the move through Tree. Got to be careful, takes the ping. Teammates know. And move through. Island through short. Right away. Right, spotting the foot of Mimi. Oh, this could be dangerous. Why? Only one. Trade 4-on-4.
I want to play forward, trying to get that weapon into Akita's hands. Success. But not back into main. However, has to rejoin with a teammate, spike in hand. This is their only way through.
Right down, 2 kills, follow. It's looking bleak indeed. SK 2 from 2, and it's us again. Unfortunately, yet to discover the real reasons as to why Summer, but a bit of a break in the action, a technical break, if you will. KitKat getting their money's worth here, I tell you, because the amount of timeouts that we've had in this series, my word. But here we are. Look, first 2 rounds in, Summer. Gotta give it to G2, right? They look really promising in the pistol. The play was ideal. SK swarmed in the 2 versus 2. Second round, it's the anti-eco. You are expecting something like that to happen anyway.
Yeah, of course, and again, it's the start of the maps every single time that we're seeing SK get this dominant lead off the back of the pistols. Fortunately for G2, they're able to stabilize extremely quickly in the previous one, went 1-4 down and then just decided to win at like 10 rounds in a row. So if we can see something similar from G2 like that, or even just a bonus conversion, because that's something that they've been struggling to get across the board, or at least, well, the anti-bonus round when it comes to SK. Normally they're buying up 2 premium rifles in the second round and a Marshall maximum. Then in the third, they tend to have 4 Vandals and 1 Marshal or even a Guardian being invested. So for the side of SK, keeping the second round relatively modest in Ascent is definitely telling to how much they're thinking about the longevity of this half.
Yeah, most definitely. Starting on the defense as well, to cast your minds back, it was to SK Nebula. I know I mentioned Ascent already in this best of 5, and it was the final with the stage 2 as well. You mentioned the 11-1 scoreline. It happened on the defense. If we're to take that at face value, right, and say that's where we're going to be at today, we kind of need G2 to show some versatility in this attack. We need them to keep the economy modest. We need them to punish this SK side. Otherwise, you do look at a very bleak half. We knew what they were capable of there. Hopefully, for G2's sake, SK aren't going to be able to turn up the heat too quick.
In regards to thinking all the way back to that best of 5 final and the best of 5 lower final of Split 2, it was that trade of maps, and it was actually SK that were fighting off the back foot, similar to, well, what G2 have been experiencing here, of having to win the Sunset just to push and force out Ascent. And it's just interesting to see whether we see, obviously there has been improvements from both sides from that Split 2 and into Split 3, but it's more of the consistency, seeing that throughout this series, because we've seen a drop off in performance from a couple of players, and also how close the games have been, right? You look towards map 1, it was a 14-12, then it started to get increasingly more one-sided, obviously flipping on who was the one leading. But when it comes down to Ascent, I think selfishly I'd like a really close game between these two teams just to close out well, one of their journeys in stage 3. Obviously, again, to reiterate, both of these teams have qualified to Game Changers Championship in Sao Paulo. This is just a qualification match for the Istanbul Grand Finals.
No worries if you're getting bored of our faces. We are back to the action. Jumping straight back into things here. Rounds played 2-2 the series scoreline. If you are only just joining us, our final map of this series. Where on earth have you been? However, you join us at the best possible time.
On my wire.
Alrighty, aggression through mid by G2. Chunky bit of scaling.
Where? I must wait a moment.
This is the buy that I was talking about from SK. Look how dangerous it can be. It's not necessarily your usual bonus. G2 often not faltering. Jelena so far.
Rest. Taking these 1v1s. Only Mimi dead. Never able to find the trade. 4-on-4. Looking to reapproach the A main position. Time smoke from Fluxy to deny. Pressing the issue immediately. Very slow. Well thought out round here for G2.
Vanya hearing the door being broken, or closed and broken. That's a play into G2, not necessarily wanting to fully re-hit into it. Would be more of a misnomer from Vanya. Trying to pull the rotates, which it has pulled Rescue out of position.
Careful, because G2 at numbers on the short position. All on Fluxy, at least in sight. Her swing.
10 seconds
Her to an early grave. Twy, Lisa. It's a bonus. It's a 2-on-4. Twy, I think it's about maybe trying to make an upgrade from that Marshall. Of course, this rifle can be kept in the next.
Or even just going for damage. They have enough money to invest should they lose the weapons here, but for G2, every weapon counts.
A 1-on-4. Tight, big right click, Kita. Fast trade though. G2 will deny SK of claiming another bonus round in this series. On the score, and you kind of feel like Jelena here, you know, she's able to find one more. This round, the course, the path that we take, completely different.
Here. The path that's been forged. You look towards SK, obviously, with the reinvestment coming out. It's residual funds that was investing into the premium rifles in round 3. Round 4, though, it's the one that counts for them. G2. Back foot. Very respectful over towards B lobby. Possibly expecting something aggressive. Pop flash through from Rescue and a dash from Jelena maybe. Because it's something that they struggled to deal with in their matchup against Habos Babos. Worried SK might attempt to replicate.
In that Habos Babos game, we saw relentless aggression from the defense, of which really know how to respond. Side up for G2 to get here. 13-9 against Focus was the score. Tried and tested in both aspects when the odds were stacked against them. Well in favour for them. Bag for G2, looking to set the record straight. Fury deployed early out towards B. G2 trying to cause some ground. Varnia and Eva both with kills. Lisa, Rescue, Fluxy with it all to do. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Rotation starting to come in here. Rescue can't really help. It's all on Lisa. Rescue with the third. Mimi's got it all to do. 20 seconds left. 1 versus 3.
Will be afforded the spike plant. For Paranoia pushes it towards backside.
Might not all be over though. She's able to take cover. Rescue. She'll be able to find the last. SK find 3. He offered the spike plant. Draws nothing more. Lisa's double. Potent to this round's success.
Last player standing. Down B.
It's just massive impact from Lisa throughout this entire series. I don't think you can overstate her impact. The impact of her heroics in round 4. About to pull into question. G2's attack. Maybe playing with the classic online and, well, Hunter through online and the last using it to get a couple in main. Bolstered up by Jelena and Fluxy short for a quick dealing of G2's bonus by half eco. Necessarily as potent as they hoped it would be.
Work. Hey, Fluxy also testing the orb. In reality, it was just the action key to try and get the Vandal. Free forever, the up down. Still there, Eva gives it a second go. And Twy on 14 points of health, very nearly. Never win another 1vx. Okay, that keep their cool, however. 4-1 the scoreline.
Scoreline we've been saying a lot today, Ryan. Always being in favour of the SK side. It's these early starts. Helped SK push it to its 5th and final map, but for G2, as much as it's been an unfamiliar position for them throughout playoffs, they've become accustomed to it in this best of 5.
It's Mimi. Roll out the red carpet for the Neon to find some space. The commotion wants to get the R drone out to see quantity of G2 players that have woven their way through middle. Back G2, back up and head towards A main.
And especially with Mimi's ult running back unavailable, the 2 defenders of A are be careful. Have these up.
The open, run it back, does get burnt. Damage done. Fluxy down to half and stays within the flames. Now, Rescue on a desert island gets into the smoke. Flash to go back through. Rescue needs to find so much too. Might be good because Lisa's still inside. And she has just deleted G2 at door. SK another on the board. This time, Rescue, a flashy solo play. And then Lisa carving through G2. Timeout taken. Attack given 60 seconds to evaluate. Gotta say, so far, so good for SK Nebula.
That was a massive round for G2, for it to be the turn of the tides. Ultimates invested, full buyout. The initial pick's going in their favor. It's just, again, heroics of Lisa. Unremovable player from the backside who was able to drop down into hell just in time. Enough warning with a deeper ultimate from Mimi. And although Lisa's favourite spot in Valorant as a whole might be Ascent B, but getting a lot of work done over on that A site.
Almost like the worst time to see that the quote, right? I mean, how many times do you see that? To be fair, I feel like Lisa across the board has been effective everywhere. My favourite position, Ascent B on lane? Well, how about Hell on A? That's where you've just found a hat trick. That's where you break G2's economy. Maybe she'll have to let us know if that's changed since that round. That early shot dart at her feet. 8 points of health. That, however, ambitious from Toy.
Early pick up.
Oh, the second shot dart as well.
Coming from B lane. Lisa. Please gets to play towards her favourite spot in this round. With relative success. Maybe not necessarily a hat trick, Ryan, but one's good enough, at least for now. It scares G2 Ghozen away from pursuing anything else.
Low for G2 and approaching to short, Jelena. Careful here, potentially of a Mimi flash. Paranoia sent in. Ready for blinds. Pre-fire at the corner. Unable to jump over the suppressive fire. Amy's found a second here on the Sheriff. Fluxy trying to spam out towards Tree. G2 have been offered some space towards this A site. It's a 2-on-4 retake.
It's not only space that they've been offered, it's numbers and weapons.
They're like, look, it's going to have to activate soon, though, because now the only 2 defenders are from Hell. Rescue has the flash ready. Into the smoke it goes. They spot Vania at the edge of it. Has to be an immediate response from Vania. Somehow stays alive under so much gunfire. Vania will keep her cool. G2 move up another round, and you've got to say, you know, if you're going to point the finger here, to be honest, Summer, overextensions left, right and centre, as you say, afforded weapons, afforded opportunities. G2 aren't a team given that chance and then shy away from that opportunity.
You talk about the flank needing to come in from Amy. Have an opportunity to be realised, a double kill from the Sheriff. Puts that round to bed for SK. Follow-up required to make it believable. TP up, and it's a massive punish from Vania.
Keita tags, but Vania does one better. The closer of round 7 and the opener of round 8. Present in the server on Ascent. Boy rescues position compromise, but knows that G2 their mark here on short and heading up into Tree.
But she's instantly gone and approached in towards A main, spotted that there's no one there. Not calling for any rotations, and instead, Fluxy away on towards B. Lisa pulling in towards back site. Still not necessarily the most believable round. Numbers down, ultimates available for G2, but they've definitely read into what they want to finish, where they want to end, where they want to get this spike down.
Camera taken. I must wait a moment.
Careful, you say, the pin pulled on this kind of move. Up to Fury deployed. Twice got to be careful. Storm caught in the star. Nikita finds 2. Lisa's position already known. The only rifle left alive. 20 seconds. She's able to find the first. So much more to be found off the back of this, though. Mimi, Akita, Vania all jump at the issue. And Eva there to close. 5-3. G2 encroach on the lead that SK had once earned.
damage being done to the G2 players, but staying alive proves too difficult. Too many numbers for Lisa to handle, even in that backside position. Tactical break this time for SK. Only SK fans hoping they have those same mentality as the Amy quote that we can see, believing myself. When I do, I'm unstoppable. And I will say, that's something that we were talking about Akita in regards to this series as a whole, this playoffs. Once she starts going, it's really hard to stop the momentum that Akita and Mimi can have as this double duelist, especially on the attack. And then when we switch over on towards the defense, definitely looking towards Vanya and Amy on the extremities, have been doing so well in regards to locking down these sites, whether it's with trips or just having their head on a swivel. We saw Amy have an incredible multi-hill yesterday. The focus on SK's defense and any adjustments that they're going to be making ahead of round 9. Curious to see if Lisa keeps this investment. A hero rifle at the moment posed.
Break before starting round 9. They need to find a way to recompose themselves this half. The defensive ascent. But both teams have been quite momentum-based, Summer. You know, when the ball is rolling, sometimes it's been hard to stop. The map may be starting a bit streaky. Both teams back and forth. Two are just looking to override SK's early lead.
But from G2 in main. Need to be the first contact. Without some information SK to work with, but with so much time left on the clock, can't necessarily afford the rotations just yet. Mimi just threatening mid. You can see how uncomfortable it makes the SK defenders.
30 seconds left.
In ever first blood. Patience is a virtue, however, for this attack. And they've not got much time to do so. Rescue, another kill. Time so low. Trying to bail them out is Vanya and Akita. It's messy, but Fluxy eventually dead. Only a handful of seconds to spare. Twice found Vanya. 1 versus 2. B2, a late lunge towards B. And while they play for the objective, it's been a costly approach in doing so. And now Twy needs to hit both instant headshots. Collects 1. But Eva just about keeping her cool. G2 will find their 4th.
Talk about them being momentum teams, this massive swing in favour for the G2 side. 3 on the bounce now. Starting to paint the round history red, and for G2 hoping to push it one further and equalise. But now with money back out for SK, even an investment to an operator for Jelena.
Start to destroy any early trip that was potentially set up by Toy, but now Optimus Fury, the response immediately firing away towards A main. One bit of information here, Summer. It's Arnia located outside A. With 1 minute and 15 left, G2 have still got choices. Retake mid, they could wrap all the way back around towards B. Optimus Fury used to try and gather the quantity of players, but it's all deceptive for G2 right now.
The only issue is I don't think Mimi's going to use a run it back this deep, and with Jelena on an aggressive line.
Okay. Oh, Mimi not using the run it back, and it's Akita that's caught out by the operator. Jelena in a temporary smoke to gain some distance between herself and the potential G2 players.
30 seconds left.
Pressure, however, mitigated from B. Dots all around the map right now for G2, scouring for a way to get into a side. That is ridiculous from Mimi. Lisa removed, 4-on-4. Jelena has to hit more shots over to the Classic, and she'll get dropped. Vania with space made towards B. 8 seconds left. Rescue goes pushing through. A fall by Mimi is a dead one, and the spike will go down. But it's a 2 versus 3 for Vania and Amy. They had nowhere to go at 20 seconds. Somehow they've landed on the B side, and somehow they've got a chance. The pecan out from Vania is punished, and Amy now left in the clutch. 1 versus 3. So much damage taken. This round should be over. A bullet away from death. Amy trying to isolate these 1 versus 1s. You can't keep giving them to her. She's looking for a third. Nearly, very nearly. But just about. Toy holding on for SK Nebula.
You never want to count them out in situations like that, Ryan. We saw how Sunset ended. Saw what Vania could do. Hunting her own opportunity. A legendary clutch, unfortunately denied.
Enemy kill.
This is insane.
What? Can we get a game? I don't know if it's too late to ask. I mean, it must be like so close to the end of the ult, you know, like.
Well, she was mid-disappearing, and it was the last bullet.
Flick headshotted.
Ooh. Early kill.
Beautiful stuff for Jelena, keeping SK on the right path.
Damn it. I must wait a moment.
Right, spotting the opposition in B main. The one, it's Amy. Could be indicative that G2 were posturing more towards A.
I mean, you could tell by how aggressive they were down in towards main. Ether being plucked before anything gets started instantly creates a flat feeling attack for G2 in this round. Not that there's nothing that they can do to reinvigorate it. Insert Amy in towards mid now, posturing up for an A split. Buxy spotted, force a reposition.
Oh, caught out by Rescue. Bike dropped. There's a bit of time for recovery, but the 3 versus 5 now down to 2. Amy and Vania, to be fair, who better in this position? Neural Theft now deployed. This is going to be a huge fight. Amy now knows Lisa's location. It's the only defender of B. The owl drone sent out. Amy going to get tagged, waiting for reinforcements. It's almost a foot race between those rotating and those aggressing into this site. Lisa trying to play for time. Amy and Vania both with kills. It's a 2 versus 5. Now 2 versus 1. Elena, everything to do. Hits the first, draws the knives, but it's still not enough. Vania again on the multi-kills. G2 up to their 5th. And we head into our 12th knowing that this will be the most even scoreline of this series, joint of which between the first 2 maps, but 7-5 is the maximum. And G2, all pressure put on 6-6.
It's so low. It really does come down to who clicks mouse 1 quicker. He asked for a close match 5. How one-sided some of the previous have felt.
What? Jelena's just offered herself up for Vania's Vandal. Mimi dead, but at the same time, it's Lisa that gets dropped in the early exchange. 4 on 3. 2 advantageous yet again in terms of the numbers. The weaponry in their pockets. They're more than happy to forfeit a weapon. Let SK go on the goose chase. Put all of their forces in one spot. Don't allow for 1v1s to be taken. Foxy. TP away. A second peek may be laboured. The only shortcoming of the Bandit. Rescue flashed through. It blinded a lot of these players. Rescue. It could have been nuclear. Dead, Twilight, 1 on 3.
It's not the weapon for the job. Fly, on the other hand, has found a Vandal. Relatively direct approach into the remaining players, all onto site. Amy.
Nowhere to run.
First point of contact.
It's just so perfect. The owl drone, the Hunter's Fury, everything. The paranoia was even used. Everything thrown to deny SK of a 7th. It's 6-all at the turn of the half. All to play for in our decider.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Am I learning my lesson? Never running from wreckage when it's getting too close. A million reasons to turn, a million ways to get burned, and still inside it I go. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire again. Follow me into the depths of hell. Maybe we're already in it and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with faith.
Our last half between SK Nebula and G2 goes an even. After the first split of 12, it all to play for a ticket to Istanbul. The winner of this playing Gentlemates in the grand finals of stage 3, of course. Both teams having already qualified for Sao Paulo, quite literally, to play for the trophy of stage 3 and having revenge story complete against Gentlemates. A second half summer, a tale of two halves between these two teams that's just been through this entire series. How it goes with our last pistol of this best of 5.
Reminiscent of the first map, nothing really to divide these two teams. We head into round 13, other than the track record for SK on the pistols. At the ready.
He spotted Paranoia half a second too late. Punished massively out on shore. Vania will have the trade. Shots the door, not before she finds a second though. More problems occur. Fluxy in main. Vania's still fighting. 2 on 3. Is this really happening for G2 right now? I don't believe it. It's all turned pear-shaped. Mimi's frag should have been the beginning of the end. Instead, Vania throws every member of G2 goes in a life jacket, and it's all in the palm of Lisa to see if SK start their attack on the front foot. Yet again.
30 seconds left.
1v2. Destroying the window causes speculation. Both players trained on different angles.
Will be G2 Gozen to take the second pistol, sorry. The first round of the second half. That is the reason why. Vania ripping heads with the Ghost. Movable object on that A site.
That goes there.
Okay, well, it's back to the drawing board. Two now upgraded pistols. Both buying bandits, but for everyone else, is trying to scrape together the best of a bad situation.
My eyes are down.
Amy has just spotted 3 pairs of legs walking through B main, so quite obvious in terms of where SK wanted to go in the early round.
Necessarily information GT can capitalise on just yet. Maybe long range with the Spectre somehow managed to get the kill onto Rescue. A bit of damage done onto Lisa, but it's a trade nonetheless, and pick up weapon.
Running up, Kita, both kills.
Spike down A.
All on Lisa, 1 versus 4. The pistol wasn't one, this one feels even more impossible. Akita, a hat-trick out of the Marshall. E2, a slight lead heading into their bonus.
Might be a picked up weapon, but Pete and Vanya have no intention of allowing SK to get anything done with it. Now poised for round 15 of their bonus. SK, full investment, of course. Kiki set up in towards mid. Keto never. Crossfire now joined by Amy, hoping they can lure.
Shut them down. One suppressed.
Dead. Aaron, really?
Cover going out.
In pre-positioned. Players rotating up from A. Flash is good. Fluxy forced back. This almost might be some newfound confidence here for SK. Get out towards site, although will start to pile up towards the defense of the A site as well. No pressure made on B, an important fight for Vanya. Fluxy just more equipped for that engagement. 5 on the clock. SK still yet to see the spike into a site, but Fluxy having re-smoked short, spotting out Mimi. Phoenix as well. Gonna collapse in towards A. The rest of the squad probably looking for damage here, Summer.
And with the rest of SK being relatively silent in that call out through tree and into sight, didn't necessarily call for the rotations of G2 to come into place just yet, although they seem willing and happy to peek out of heaven.
He finding one with a bulldog. Knows that Fluxy was first frag in main, so still a watchful eye on this position. Mimi still trying to play with fire here. Akita 1-for-1. Fluxy eventually finding Mimi. Akita sticking the spike. The one-way dropped in. No one immediately swinging, however, so it could have been scary. But SK, too many bodies, too many positions, and while she's able to slide into hell and find Res Q, Fluxy was always waiting in main. It is 8-7. 15 rounds played, G2, their bonus. Somewhat successful in damage, but now they get to move on to the rifles.
Not just the rifles, the operator and the Odin. Something that, maybe not necessarily the operator, but the Odin will be out forever. And for that duo of Akita and Eva, getting those premium weapons out early is something that G2's been relatively consistent on when it comes to that defensive half, knowing how much impact it can have. And Akita does opt for the operator eventually. I'm in an R-ing, but settles on the scoped weapon and wanting to take that line into mid, and Eva Odin on main.
Odin destroyed, and well as that. Phantom of Amy not long living after. Peter's fly, but even then, stop SK from finding some space within sight. Cautious approach and a retake required from G2. 3 versus 4.
Let's see how long they stick around.
Not already seeming patient. I was going to say maybe looking to save instead. The Phantom leaves the operator behind. Sliding out goes Akita. One up close. Vanya able to trade in terms of numbers, but SK rooted too deep in towards this site. Beautiful swing from Res Q. He finds a hat trick to get SK their 8. G2 win the pistol. It's SK that win the first gun v gun round. Back to the half buy.
Don't necessarily recycle the operator, deciding on to stick with rifles instead, and can't necessarily blame them for working out so far. Lower investment for G2. Overdrive available and posturing up for Aggression out of B main.
Good for these players, but caught in the rescue. Ultimate and Twy quick to dispatch of G2's antics in B main. Selena might be stuck in middle, but she's more than willing to fight her way out. Takes the dash across. Amy trying to meet everyone on the B site. Versus 5, the stampede being heard. Unfortunately, even on the head glitch, and while she's able to find one, Twy makes it 4 in round number 17. The eco quickly dismissed of. K reclaim their lead. You've got to say, Summer, it is still all to play for, despite how deep we are here on Ascent.
Even in the previous, just SK being so aware of the situation in regards to economy and what G2 might try, going aggressive with Akita's ult. Rescue prime position, not only with the null command, but the knife drop towards main as well. Weathering the storm and that's the back of 3-round streak of their own. But G2 attempted to begin with a pistol and a conversion.
Bash, Mimi, run it back. Removed, and Shalina able to press Mimi for the frag. It is traded. Vania's got to be careful. Hunter's Fury used it. She's able to shut the door as well, trying to slow down this SK aggression. By investing into her ultimate, understanding that there's 3 defenders on this A site. The L drone finding Akita as well. Tries to back away, but still SK looking to collapse here on A. Job well done. Another 3 versus 4.
So reaching out Vania from Hell. Amy pushing forward through the smoke, gets one and out. And Heather's managed to find a spam.
2 versus 3. Twy able to set the spike down, but the numbers, they shift. Favor of the G2 goes inside. This retake still required, and it's all in the hands of Lisa. Recon Bolt doing its work now, compromising the only attacker remaining, and Amy able to find her after 18 rounds played. These 2 teams inseparable. We knew that this was going to be tooth and nail. We knew that this was going to be a close affair. 9-9 in map 5. Maximum pressure for both teams.
Where you see visual excellence, that much more devastating. Numbers advantage, sight control viz. The peek out of a smoke from Amy, spam from Eva. That's a 9-9. Money is not necessarily an issue for SK just yet. Still be a rifle round for them. So much invested from G2 with the ults in the previous. They need to make this one stick, and that's exactly what Akita intends.
Bring together that advantage. SK developed information on short, however, and buttons here in middle. Voices still with a minute to spare. Mimi well timed, and play that short pressure now. It has to be a mid to B play. There is no other choice to be made. Split coming in. The only attacker from main, and Vania, she's got her ultimate and she's able to rotate in a perfectly timed manner. SK don't know how many defenders there are, but more than one has made her appearance. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Up short, Amy for one and only one. Quick trade. The Cypher here to inflict maximum punishment for the attack. She'll swing out looking for a second. Vania keeping her cool. And a third layer, but Jalena's found both. 2 versus 2 now for SK. Akita to switch out weapons from sniper to rifle. Jalena tagged up. Foxy kind of has to ride the wave solo here. And Akita still with her neon wall. Now creates the illusion that she's able to swing! That's ridiculous from Floxy! How on earth she gets away with that transfer? It's SK in front once again. And it's heartbreak for G2 Gozen.
Also just such a nasty little corner to play in. You're a 2v2, you know there's confirmed damage to an extent on Jelena. Wouldn't expect them to play ahead of backside, to play in the corner, and instead, that's their undoing. Stay up onto 10. Back in the lead, and to again feeling the pressure. Another tactical break, tactical timeout for them. Conversations to be had on what's going wrong. Since the rifle round, it's been relative domination from SK for the previous 5.
Yeah, I think you've got to say though for G2, right? You look at round 18, if they are to win that round, and then obviously the previous that we've just watched, like look at the money here for SK. You know, there's no rifles kept into this next round. Economy kept modest, and sure, while G2 won't exactly have thousands in their bank accounts either, a lot more of a presentable situation. You're 10-9 up, SK drawing their last straw effectively in terms of their finances. Scary stuff.
Camera is destroyed.
But you can fully count G2 out in rounds like these. It happened before.
Just not enough time to do so. Akita find some space maybe for G2. Rescue and Jelena break through the wall that G2 tried to put up. Like 11 on the board is an inevitability now for SK. Vania and Mimi left to tuck tail.
Here. Here. Cover going out.
It would be good, Summer, but I don't think it's going to be to much avail.
Might just be to maximise their damage. Obviously, all 4 players of SK on site. They have to make their way out at some point.
Fine, Bucky. To be honest, I feel like Vania's just been robbed there of a kill. The way SK were always going to put 11 next to their name. 2 away from victory this series.
Yes, this should do.
The 2 now need a faultless defense if they want to close this one out in regulation.
SK starting to lead the charge, starting to regain their own momentum. Comfortable being able to set the pace in their attack, not necessarily getting challenged early on by any aggression from G2. All on SK's terms.
Feeling fire. Back up and from main itself, no progression in towards Dyke. Flash is pretty good. Mimi regaining her vision. Pivotal moment. However, overextension. At least Rescue dies to Eva and not to her own Molly at the same time. There's trades happening everywhere. Fluxy 1 versus 3. G2 can never be counted out of a round.
Fluxy unaware of the close positioning of Akita. So as much as SK were able to extend the lead by 2, G2 want to keep them modest, close it up to just the 1, hit double digits themselves, and awkward engagements in towards short. Actually, thanking their lucky starter as ever that was able to get the kill.
One rounds played. Minimum of 23 needed. And maybe even more than that. Like every scenario is achievable for both of these sides, Summer.
I must wait a moment.
of this series. We had the exact same thing last time. To SK. Always fireworks. Rescue! It's a devastating blow for G2. At the double, Rescue being let by. Vania, discipline again, playing smart. Oh my word, Vania. She's already found 2. Oh my good God, Vania. SK's killer. It's a ridiculous quad kill. On for the ace. As Lisa makes her approach from Market, it will be Amy to conclude this round in favour of G2. Vania, she might just be the GOAT of this game.
How many times have we seen a situation like that from G2? Not even just in the games today, Ryan, just over the last few days on the lower bracket run. When you want to count them out, when they're down 3v5.
How disgusting is this discipline? How unbelievable from Vania. The third shot and the fourth are just disgusting in of itself. Oh my word. Play of the year, arguably, for Game Changers EMEA. And you want to talk about when the stakes are at their highest. Vania has delivered in the biggest of ways. Attack break. SK's last, G2 have none. And to be honest, I think we need the 60 seconds as well after what we've just witnessed. Deep breaths, everyone. We are in for one hell of a ride.
Only 2 rounds left of regulation. And weapons just about available for SK.
Oh my word, what is this game? What are we treated to?
Look at Kita's buy though. As much as she went down in the previous, she's not going to be investing into a Vandal, nor an Operator. Knowing how dire SK's financial situation is, not a single player with full shields. Akita, an Outlaw in hand. Dangerous stuff, and even that when you look towards Eva's ults, Akita's ults, they're definitely a lot squishier than they'd prefer.
Go in. Okay, looking to make their approach. It's been trip destroyed on trees. So now Jelena dashes over the top. Vania, close corner, swings at the perfect time. TP's out as well. The paranoia catches the omen of G2. Hunter Fury burnt by Eva. No damage done and no further information. 2 bodies in main, 2 bodies in short. 2. Perfect timing on the smoke towards main as well. Really, really straining SK.
Nowhere to run.
Here is their own. Vania now tagged. She might just be dead to rights here. Akita, forget the Outlaw. She wants her ultimate. Leaping in towards sight. Akita's just found 2. Scales tipped in favour of G2. Gozen. Map series Istanbul point.
Match point.
Think if they can get it across in round 23 with the buy that SK posed. Now, it's almost just as dire. Sprinkle with Vandals, a sprinkle of Guardians, and again, only 1 player. Maybe a little bit of an improvement. 1 player has full shields this time, so the side of G2. Another test to close out in regulation. SK not at full force. Prime opportunity. Close it out here and now.
Bothered in B main. Round to stay alive. This. Over, win this. More drama here on Ascent. Vania takes the TP. It's lots of information. SK now need to make their mind up whether they commit or whether they have to tuck tail and rotate. 5 on the clock. There's plenty of time to do so here, Summer, and SK just trying to inch out of B main and gather some control.
Starting to commit. Spike's made it out towards boat. Rescue has to be careful. Spike's in her hands. Can't necessarily tuck in towards market door. Has to make her way towards site.
Two defenders, one of which Vania. High recon in. Fluxy, 2 kills out of the Guardian. An unexpected turn of events. Neural Theft now being deployed by Twy. And this is going to let them know that there are plenty more to be found in the back of B. Vania needs another huge round, but these Guardians have just deleted G2. It's Amy that needs to win a 1 versus 3. Otherwise, we will be going the distance and we will be heading to overtime.
No surprise where she's coming from.
Pure aim, pure resilience, pure drama. Fluxy's found 4 with the Guardian. And when you thought SK were beaten, they just have a second chance at life. 24 is not enough to separate these two teams. In the 5th map of this BO5, we need more.
Ironically, it's the shattered buy of forcing the Guardians out that actually the difference maker. Getting a couple of wallbang kills, high damage on the body tags. Almost ending as we meant to begin. Thinking back to Haven, it was a 14-12 victory there. Again, overtime required. Poetic of it being the 5th and final map. With money, it's not an issue. You see Jolina's investment into an operator posted up towards mid. Two major changes from their initial attacking gambit. Still have Amy towards main. Still shock darts towards mid to try and deal with the trips, but no trips on mid. It's just Jolina posted. You're Vanya.
Well, so poison wisely here, G2. Not wanting to extend, not way too early on in a round, Summer. Quiet right now on Ascent.
Enemy kill.
Broken by Jolina. Operator connects, 5 on 4. SK have the numbers.
Have the rotation, sure, in towards the B site, but that's not where G2 intend to go. Amy. Beginning main, what is that?
Jolina hitting the key to mid-slide. Vanya removed. Why? Sending the cage up, dropping the door. 2 on 4 between Amy and Mimi. 20 seconds left of this round, remember. The clock whittling away, working against the G2 goes inside, through the trip goes Amy. Just too much to do, and there's not enough time to do it all. Mimi will make her approach. Trying to set the spike down, but ran at by SK Nebula. 13-12, it's now SK's turn to try and deliver.
G2 afforded opportunities, 2 of them even in regulation now. SK ahead, SK on map. Series, like you said, Istanbul qualification point.
This goes here.
Game has had all the drama, all the twists and turns, all timer in Game Changers EMEA this year. D2 deliver a round on defense, otherwise it will be SK Nebula to Istanbul.
Kita knows fire is stuck, but Haldrone forces her back.
Oh, way up, just short of the mark. Still with vision, so able to retreat into safer cover. SK, plenty of bodies being thrown at the issue towards B here. Making good ground. Ever and Vanya with 2 kills. It's a 3 on 5. Another round, they get shut down at the front door. This time it's G2 that step up. Twy, Fluxy, Lisa. 3 versus 5. They're going to have to kill off everyone on G2 if they want to avoid double OT.
Focusing on the individuals. Being kills, not necessarily trades, because you have to get the numbers back in your favor. That just doesn't work out. Akita picking off Twy. All that's left is Fluxy and Lisa, both spotted out. 30 seconds left.
Further through middle, in towards spawn, spotted out by Mimi. Better than to take the fights immediately. There is some layers of defense out towards A. They're looking to make the approach as well. 15 seconds. The spike, it needs to get planted soon. Amy given the opportunity to deny it all now. Misses the shot on the cam, and the recon compromising her position further. But just like the last, it's G2 that get to run down the spike planter unless Fluxy given room. What's going on? A 1 versus 2 now for Fluxy. Is this really the way that this game ends? It cannot be. It's on Mimi to keep the hopes and dreams of G2 Gozen alive. A tap of the spike, waiting for Fluxy's move. She'll appear through the smoke, and Mimi makes sure that it is not heartbreak for Gozen.
Not yet, at least. Staved from a 14-12 loss. Similar to what we saw in the first, but have to be looking at with bated breath of what should have been an easy round to close out. A 5v3, 5v2, and yet Fluxy in a 1v4 almost manages an ace clutch to close it out. Almost feel for her in that situation, losing her nerve slightly. Worrying Mimi was sticking the defusal. Here we go again.
Oh, again, indeed.
Careful now.
Game. Deep for both sides. The OT. Two sides still inseparable. Still relentless. They're all.
I mean, as much as we're hyping up this game because it is an incredibly deserving matchup, and the fact that it's going all the way to map 5, all the way to overtime, this is for Istanbul. Both of these teams are already going to GCC Sao Paulo, so we'll be representing EMEA from the international. To quote Mimi, who wants him more for Istanbul?
Lena baited in by Akita, leaping over a main. Gozen have just wished SK out of this ace site. Evers found the opening kill, Fluxy dead to right. Shots through the smoke, Amy still trying to be a thorn in the side of SK Nebula. Twice able to find the trade though, 4 versus 4. It does not stop the objective from being played, and it does not stop G2 trying to find this round as if Twice expecting that push. Akita, one back, a second out of the Vandal. She finally gets silenced. It's now a 2 versus 2. Rescue, a flash to introduce herself into this retake. Time still ticking. Vania and Mimi with both kills. And it is now G2 that get to try and step up in OT.
Switching sides. Match point.
Here, the game announcer. Match point available for G2 Gozen 2 wasn't enough. Close out in regulation. Opportunity squandered. Now clawed back. SK backs against the wall. Used overtime timeout. The tactical break coming through. All to be left on the table here and now. If your run in split 3 wants to continue, wants to make it to the LAN finals in Istanbul,
SKG2, map 5, stage 3, lower bracket final. Where I was, doing you at home, best seats in the house. Big Game Changers has to offer. Most poetic that we start with overtime, almost poetic with OT here as well. Who overtime's enough? That's a question that G2 will have to answer.
different look for G2 in this defensive overtime though. Akita with That operator posted up over towards B, but that's not going to be what's tested first.
But again, quiet across the court of Ascent. Aggressive yet again towards B. Be a big pressure reliever. Two. Moving the pieces over to A already, anticipating. This is where SK Nebula are coming from.
Especially still with Amy's utility up towards market, puts Akita in a very comfortable position to allow Amy to rotate towards mid and stack 3 players on towards A site.
Still burnt by G2. Stuck in. Bob SK at the front door. No. Akita is in all of this. Pressure towards B. Jalena's found some space out towards site. Mimi opening frag. Lisa's got one back. 4 versus 4. Mimi still kicking. She finds 2. But SK have found 3. Mimi's still alive. How on earth is Mimi going? Down to the 1 versus 1. Wouldn't it be poetic? The run it back used. Approaching in towards heaven. Now caught out. Twy blind. 10 seconds left. The cage. She drops. Twy waiting on the edge of it. Almost anticipating that Mimi has stayed here within the cage. The confines of her trap. 14-14.
You mentioned another one may be required, and
30 seconds left.
to the dismal of Mimi and her attempts to claw it over the line. Quadra just not quite enough.
This goes here.
Instead, and we go again. Yet another attempt for both of these teams.
Bam, wild through the cage. A blind Twy is a dead one. Lisa's got one though. Through the info gather. The wall catching Mimi. 4 versus 4. Still making their approach towards B. Lisa blind. Only 1. 3 on 3 now as Akita. Here's Fluxy close, but can't punish. Barnia and Eva. 2 on 3. Our drone compromising rescue. Got Dart. He dropped at the feet of the KO instead. The smoke in the Sova's face and a paranoia to boot. Vania needs to step up massively here for G2 Gozen. Spots the first, gets the headshot, needs more. She dances behind the box and Eva's able to swing as well. G2 get another go at it.
An orthodox position from Vania, but what can you expect going into round 29? Want to be playing ahead, want to be catching the SK players off guard, and G2 weathering the storm. Failed opportunity in round 28. Get another opportunity now in round 30.
Here.
15-14.
Cover going out.
My eyes are down.
2. Chance within overtime to close. SK. Battle back, Twy blind. Gotta be careful. Wall. Well, Amy tried to put it up, but Jalena's got there first. Amy trades. 4 versus 4. Eva still in sight, undetected. What a shot by Amy. Eva's found the second. Is this the beginning of the end? Twy and Lisa need a 2 versus 4. An instant headshot. Eva's found both. And G2 Gozen head to Istanbul. It is fantastic from them. Only fitting for stage 3. Habos Babos dispatched of. Focus Sakura withered away, and SK Nebula voided. The lower bracket run is complete. They will get their rematch against the team that forced them on this wild adventure, as it's G2 Gozen packing their bags, heading to Istanbul.
Again, it's just the way that we finished this matchup of it going all the way to 5 maps, all the way into 18, to double, into triple. And to highlight a player, I think it's no surprise that Vania will be the MVP of the map. Not only with incredible ACS across the board, but when you look towards pivotal rounds of the Trigger safety over towards B, holding it, getting the quadruple kill and bailing G2 Gozen out of so many situations where their backs were against the wall, where we might not have been afforded this going into multiple OTs. Could have been a completely different story without Vanya on the server.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking back to that one round. She sat in logs. She's let the KO walk by. She's let a second walk by. She shot the third in the head, and it all comes crumbling down. And when you're talking OT, you're talking fine margins. If it wasn't for Vanya playing discipline, Vanya finding these multi-kills, I don't know where G2 would be.
And it really shows that sort of story in the first kills distribution. SK leading the charge with 17, but it does come down to the individuals bailing them out of situations time and time again. Even though when you're looking towards the almost ace that we had from Mimi, that was again off the back of not necessarily getting the entries, but still making these rounds so incredibly competitive.
Yeah, and just to sort of get my flowers about SK, what a series that they were able to put on as well. I mean, I'm losing my voice. I can only imagine how mentally draining a best of 5 series this deep can be. And even in the 5th map, you know, they were fronting 5v4s, they were fronting advantages for their team. They look really, really positive. And I know it's going to be gutting not to be going to Istanbul, but I don't think I could think of a better representative for Game Changers EMEA than SK Nebula, of course, already qualified for Sao Paulo alongside G2 Gentle Mate. I'm super excited to see them on the global stage summer. Shame we don't get to see them in the finals here. However, of course, their spot in Sao Paulo is guaranteed.
Yeah, absolutely. And with this story of SK ending for stage 3 at least, like you said, we're expecting them on that plane to Sao Paulo with G2 and Mates. I'm more excited for Istanbul at the moment, only a week away on the 30th in the ESA arena. I'm very excited to see not only G2 return there, but also for a little bit of a debut for some of the Mates players to be playing on that LAN over in Istanbul. Very exciting times ahead.
Yes, most definitely. I mean, look, a fantastic game today. There's no doubt about that. I think for G2, a sigh of relief having gone through so much in that last map, and in fact across all 5 maps. I don't think that's unfair to say. For SK, you know, you draw the short straw today, but still, Sao Paulo very much theirs. I do believe, Summer, I'm leaving you. You're going to be joined by Eva for an interview as to get the mind of the...
Yeah, Merhaba Eva, congratulations.
Hello, thank you so much.
Are you, obviously I believe you're on boot camp in Turkey at the moment. Are you excited to be getting to play on the ESA stage yet again?
I didn't play on it's my first time I'm gonna play on ESA arena, you know. So like I'm really excited. So, and we are playing against Gentlemates, and like we lost them, I don't know, like 3 times or 4 times maybe. Now I'm just gonna win, you know. So yeah.
What does it mean to you? Obviously, one of the 2 Turkish representatives on the team of being actually getting to play in front of that Istanbul crowd, and even on towards Gentlemates, right? You have Variax and Wend. Is that sort of a little bit of a rivalry there of trying to see who the Istanbul crowd is going to root for?
Yeah, like they're my like best friends also, you know. But some team we need to do something, you know. Yeah, you know, like. I think we're gonna win. Yeah, I can say, you know.
I mean, you have to have the confidence, especially with the lower bracket run that you guys have gone through. Were you expecting to drop down so early, and has it been a little bit more of a difficult run for you guys to not only qualify for champs, but also towards Istanbul?
Yeah, it was a bit, we were like struggling a bit because of the like, we were a bit like stressed, you know, because we were always thinking, are we gonna go like Brazil? Are we gonna like qualify? You know, we are always like thinking this, and it's like stressful when you're thinking and playing. But now we qualified and we are going to like, you know, we're gonna play on the stage. So yeah, there is no stress anymore.
Obviously, with Sao Paulo, it is a game-changer championship, but are you excited to get that home support when you're going to Istanbul and playing at the ESA arena compared to the international aspect of things? A little bit more of a homely feel.
Yeah. yeah, but I don't know what can I say about this.
Have you got any way that you're showing your teammates around when you're on boot camp at the moment?
Actually, we had like no time. We just went to like restaurant, you know. That's it.
Oh my gosh, Drew, we need to give
like
these girls
really
a break.
Yeah, we were like really hardworking, you know. So yeah.
Well, hopefully you'll have a little bit of time to rest now between obviously the lower finals today and playing on stage on the 30th. Congratulations yet again,
thanks so much.
And I hope you I hope you have a good rest. You deserve it after this lower bracket run.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Trials and tribulations for G2 Gozen, but making what seemed like an impossible task in the lower bracket run seem all too Mimi's words to cap it all off. We want it more, and that showed today. There's no denying that. For the SK side, as I say, guaranteed spot in Sao Paulo. It's going to be a disheartening feeling not being able to play obviously in the Istanbul finals, but as I say, I don't think we have 3 better candidates to represent us for Game Changers EMEA, and it tees us up very nicely that G2 Gozen go through so much, and of course they get a week and a bit's rest summer before they are back on stage playing Gentlemates.
Yeah, that was another thing. They haven't necessarily had time to go out and try some local cuisine or visit some fun places because they've been in the lower bracket. They've had a game almost every day coming into playoffs. But heading into the final look at this bracket, obviously it's been a long journey for them, but finally making it to that pinnacle. Match 14 will be played on the 30th at the end of this month between Gentlemates and G2 Gozen.
Very fitting end, a team through the lower bracket and one that has dominated the uppers summer. I can't wait for that one. It's going to be very, very exciting. For G2 Gozen, well-earned rest. I know that Berry X was live streaming, watching the game, so definitely has been getting the pen and paper out, writing down the notes. But here you have it, the grand finals of stage 3. Of course, this is happening in Istanbul on the 30th, so a bit of a break for you at home before we head back into our final game of the Game Changers EMEA circuit for this year. Summer, it's been a pleasure joining you for today and for the rest of this series. Just to eat away at everyone's time just a little bit here. Thank you to all of the casters, the production crew, the admins, the players themselves. It's been an awesome year of Game Changers EMEA, and it'll be very nice to sign it off in Istanbul. Thank you everyone at home for watching. We've really appreciated you coming along for this ride. And if you don't know about Game Changers EMEA, now you do. Thank you very much everyone. Have a great night. And we'll see you in Istanbul for the grand finals.
down A. One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom, Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Last breath. Of hell, maybe we're already there, too close to tell. In another life, we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled, mistaken by my angel face.
need to keep you around. With my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day again. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste. They're ticking away.
Alright, let's get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste. They're ticking away. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away. It's ticking
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore.